Good evening, good evening, good evening to you, the residents of Deacons Farm, to the wider constituency of St. Michael Northwest. Good evening to all of you who are joining us online and wherever you are this evening. I am Tyrone Lovell, the chairperson for the evening, and the Barbados Labour Party is here for one reason and one reason only, and that is to remind you that come February 11th, that we are asking that you go to the polls and elect Neil Row one more time to be the parliamentary representative for this constituency. I know that people have been saying that it's an easy task because you have become accustomed to the kind of representation that Neil delivers. And I know that you have also become accustomed to the quality leadership of Mayor Amor Montley, and you might think, oh, it's going to be easy. But I want to urge you tonight to take this one even more serious than the last, because it definitely is more serious than the last. You cannot contemplate changing course and return to the ugly days of the Democratic Labour Party administration where this country was decimated at the hands of that law. And why I'm saying this to you tonight, I just want to help you to understand what is happening on the other side. And I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Those same destructive characters who destroyed this country between 2008 and 2018, they are resurfacing again. I want to remind you, they are showing up again. You have Eswick as a candidate. You have Seeley as a candidate. You have Paul as a candidate. Well, he's a candidate, but he's with us basically. You have, and then you also notice in recent days that Ronald Jones, the man who was in charge when they made sure that they kicked down the ladder that helped our poor people to get to tertiary education. He was the man who served as education minister when they had people kicked out of University of the West Indies. He is back, just like Chucky, he's back. And you hear John Boyce is out there, he's back. And if you think that they weren't serious, I understand that Saku is back too. So I'm telling you to understand, those same persons who destroyed this country, they are back again. And I believe that they are negotiating cabinet positions with that man, Thorne. And that is why you are seeing them around. They are coming back, and they are coming back with a vengeance. You have to be mindful. You have to take this one very serious, because this one is very serious. As the night goes, I will help to dissect some of them one by one by one. But I want to say to you this evening that not only here in this constituency you've had excellent representation from my friend Neil, but across this country we've had Labour Party representatives who've been doing the work. And I say to you, in St. Michael North, we had a stalwart, a man by the name of Ronald Topping, who delivered for that constituency of St. Michael North over and over and over and over again. One of the most decent persons to ever grace the halls of politics in this country, Ronald Topping. But he served his time and he moved on. But a strong, strong foundation was left. He left a solid foundation on which to build. And on that strong foundation, the Barbados Labour Party brought up another man, an honest, hard-working man who continues the hard work done by Ronald Topping. Ladies and gentlemen, the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of St. Michael North, my good friend, Davison Ishmael.
Good evening to the people of Deacons Farm. Good evening, BLP family. Good evening to the good constituents wherever you are in the sound of my voice of St. Michael Northwest. I bring you greetings from St. Michael North, and I'm here to tell you that all is well in St. Michael North today. And I know that here in St. Michael Northwest, when I come and mingle with you, you will tell me that all is well in St. Michael Northwest also. I want to get down to business this evening. This is a serious election. We are in serious times. And as I traverse my constituency and wider Barbados, there are persons who continue to say, you guys got this. Man, you have this in the bag. Y'all don't have to worry. Everything's going to be all right. Even if I don't vote, we're going to still win. Ladies and gentlemen, I come with a serious message to you this evening. We need you to cast your votes for the government that you want. If you want the Barbados Labour Party to continue to offer to you progress, if you want the Mia Motley-led administration of the Barbados Labour Party to continue to bring you vision and to realize those visions, if you want the Barbados Labour Party administration to continue to perform on your behalf, you need to go out in your numbers on the 11th of February and cast your vote here in St. Michael Northwest for Neil Row, and here all across Barbados for every Barbados Labour Party candidate in this upcoming general election. You cannot leave it up to serendipity. You cannot hope and wish for the best, because if you do that, ladies and gentlemen, on the 12th of February, you may wake up in a completely different Barbados. So this is a serious conversation that we need to have tonight as we come here to support and endorse a good man. Now, it is easy for me to speak about Neil Row and his stewardship in this constituency. It is actually a pleasure, because I have seen Neil from 2018 to 2026 give you his utmost best in service, in compassion, in responsiveness to your needs. Neil is one of these persons that does his work quietly. And when I think of persons like Neil and even myself, there's something that comes to mind. Style cannot be the same as intent. When I say that, what I mean is all of us have different styles and different approaches to how we do whatever we do in life, representation, our jobs on a daily basis, whatever it is. All of us have different styles and different approaches. But I can tell you that the intent of Neil, the intent of all of us as Barbados Labour Party candidates and MPs has been to give you the best of ourselves, to lift the constituents that we serve, to lift the nation of Barbados, to make it better. And that's why the motto of the Barbados Labour Party is making a better life for our people. That intent is common across all Barbados Labour Party candidates, without a doubt. The styles may be different, but the intent of our hearts, the desires and our dreams and our visions and aspirations are set on one thing, and that is to make this Barbados better for all. And I can assure you that that is the case with Neil Row. Neil has been an outstanding parliamentarian. And I think back on his times in Parliament, especially during our estimates debates. And you know what is the unfortunate thing in our country? It is unfortunate that not enough of our people pay attention to Parliament. Not enough of our people. Parliament is where your parliamentarian, your MP goes on a weekly basis and has the opportunity to contribute to debate. And sometimes even without speaking, to be able to put their mark and to put their X or to put their vote for policies that will make this country better. And I can remember many times, almost every single estimates debate, as you will know that our administration has introduced a new form of accountability in Parliament, where ministers of government and their entire ministries, their leadership, their senior leadership, are asked to come into the well of Parliament and to give sound and solid representation of how they have used your funds, my funds, taxpayers' dollars, and how they intend to use them in the next fiscal year. And this was a novel and visionary and progressive introduction to our parliamentary system by our Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley and this Barbados Labour Party, because it allows us the opportunity to be able to ask questions of ministers and their teams as they come before us. And I know Neil Row, he relished in the opportunity year after year to be able to ask questions of ministers on behalf of the good people of St. Michael Northwest. And he never missed an opportunity to ask questions, and I believe he's probably asked every single ministry that was represented in the well over these many years. I'm sure he has asked a question on your behalf, whether it is housing, to find out about the vesting of these units into your hands, whether it is about the rewiring for the electrical upgrades, whether it is about drainage issues and well issues across the constituency, whether it is about transportation-related issues. I have heard your member of parliament represent you time and time again because Neil Row has you at the center of his heart. So when we come here to endorse Neil Row, we're not endorsing him just because he's wearing a red shirt, but we're endorsing him because we've seen his heart. Neil has come to me as a minister, and I'm sure that every other minister will come and tell you the same thing. He has come making representation on the behalf of his people. Davison, I need something done in this area. Davison, I need something done in that area. Davison, if there's a job here, can you get something for one of my people? He sent me CVs. He has done the work. He has represented you. So don't confuse style for intent. Just because he may not be the person who's out there making the most noise, it does not mean that he is not quietly carrying on a battle on your behalf. Style is not intent. I saw Neil just the other day do a contribution and a donation to one of the primary schools in this constituency of some sneakers. That is a man that cares not only about you as the adults of this constituency, the ones who are able to vote, but he also is investing in the next generation that's coming up, making sure that they have the best of gear so that they can function and do what they need to do. That is a representative that cares about you. So ladies and gentlemen, my encouragement to you is not to be fooled by pretty talk and empty promises. There's some other people out there who want to get your attention with a lot of pretty talk. Neil is not about pretty talk. He's about action and he's about work. He's about delivering on your behalf. So that is the member of parliament, and that is the candidate that I'm asking you to support on February the 11th. I also want to remind you that a vote for Neil Row is not just a vote for Neil Row. Neil Row is the candidate for the Barbados Labour Party in this constituency. But Neil Row stands as a member of one of the oldest and longest standing political institutions in the Western Hemisphere, this Barbados Labour Party that is about to celebrate 88 years of service to this beloved island, formed in 1938. He is not standing by himself. He is not a lone ranger like you're seeing on the other side, a bunch of lone rangers managing independent campaigns, separate and distinct from their national campaign, don't even want to have the leader on the same poster with them. That is not the kind of representative you want in St. Michael Northwest. You have a member of parliament that is a part of a strong and accomplished team. This is a proven team, a strong and dedicated team. So when you vote for Neil, you are voting for the Barbados Labour Party. You are voting for Mia Amor Motley to continue the good work of keeping our country steady and strong. So don't think for a minute that Neil stands by himself. Neil has 29 colleagues, and if you touch one, you touch all. So we stand with Neil. Neil is a strong representative and he has the right heart. And I take heart over talk any day. I take heart over talk any day. Give me representatives that have people at their heart. So that's my man here in St. Michael Northwest. But when you get Neil, you get all of us. You get me, Amor Motley. You get Ryan Strawn. You get Marsha Cattle. You get Ian Gooden-Edgehill. You get all of us, a full package. And of course, you get Davidson, Ian Ishmael as well. I'm sure the people of St. Michael North are happy about that. Ladies and gentlemen, serious talk. This campaign is really a comparison between leadership. And in my mind, and I'm sure in your mind, I don't have to convince you, it is chalk and cheese. In our Prime Minister, Mayor Amor Motley, you have a global leader. Not just a national leader, not just a national treasure, you have a global leader. A person whose voice, when she speaks in the UN, when she speaks across COP, when she speaks across the globe, people stand up and they applaud because they know she's a woman of substance and class. And then, on the other side, you have Ralph Thorne. And that's all I can say about him, because it is chalk compared to the cheese of Mayor Motley. There's no substance there. You've seen him in Parliament, and you see his erratic behavior. You see his personality right before your eyes. Is that the kind of leader you want in charge of our country? Is that the kind of leader you want in charge of our country? So, ladies and gentlemen, on February 11th, we want to say, take charge, Mia, take charge. Chalk and cheese. I don't even waste my time talking about the Democrat Liberal Party on campaigns. Anybody who's followed me, I don't talk about the Democrat Liberal Party very much because they're there to talk about. If there was substance there, I would pick them apart on substance because I'm a substance man. But there's no substance there, so I can't even talk to them. All I can tell you is that they're no good for Barbados. You need to reject them at the polls. Come February the 11th, vote for Barbados Liberal Party, vote for Neil Row. What have we done for you as a government? What have we done for you? I'm going to spend a little time talking about health. In 7 years of this BLP administration, we have made significant progress. I've said it on a platform before. The Prime Minister, when we sat with her in estimates to discuss the needs of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, she has never once turned down a legitimate request for support in that ministry. If we asked for more jobs, she created them. In fact, just under 300 new posts were created at the QEH alone. That's nurses, consultants, all sorts of positions, strategic and special positions to allow the QEH to better function. When we asked for funding or we asked for equipment, she provided the funding for the equipment. Barbados now tonight has its very first linear accelerator because this administration recognized the need to be able to provide the specialists and the highest standard of care for those who are dealing with cancer. And the linear accelerator is now in Barbados providing the highest standard of care for those who are dealing with cancer. That is the Barbados Liberal Party administration. We have a $400 million expansion that is coming its way to the QEH in the coming months. $400 million that would allow us to be able to expand the footprint of the QEH by 40%. That's additional services. That is enhanced and improved service delivery so that you are better served when you go to the QEH. We have $130 million approximately that has been earmarked and already approved from the Saudi Fund for Development to allow us to be able to upgrade all of our polyclinics. 7 polyclinics will be fully upgraded, and 2 of them will be fully rebuilt. That is the Barbados Liberal Party. When it comes to our record on health, we are second to none. second to none. More investment in healthcare has been made under this Barbados Liberal Party than any other administration before it. That is a government that cares about you. Just today, ladies and gentlemen, I joined the Prime Minister, Senior Minister, Mr. Jerome Walcott, officials from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and residents of St. Thomas, the outgoing parliamentary representative, Cynthia Ford, and the candidate for the Barbados Liberal Party, Gregory Nichols. And today we were able to reach a milestone in being able to bring community care back to communities, and the community in particular of Rock Hall and St. Thomas in general. We opened the St. Thomas Outpatient Clinic, reopened the St. Thomas Outpatient Clinic just today. And this is part of our vision to bring community care back to where you are. So whilst we talk about the QEH and the significant work that's being done there to improve and to enhance the delivery of care, I must tell you that significant work is also being done in our primary health care system to allow us to be able to create community wellness centers. So ladies and gentlemen, in my last 2 minutes, what are we promising you going forward when it comes to health? We are seeking to establish a national rehabilitation center to allow for all things rehabilitation. When a person gets into an accident and they need rehabilitation, when a person suffers a stroke and they need rehabilitation, we need a one-stop shop, a place where persons can be rehabilitated. The National Rehabilitation Center is going to happen in this next term under this Barbados Liberal Party administration. We are seeking to remove duties on personal wearable devices. Many of you walk around like I do with a smartwatch that monitors your blood pressure. It monitors your heart rate. It monitors how you sleep and your sleep patterns. These are personal wearable monitors, health-related monitors. And this administration is committing to you that we're going to remove the duties from personal wearable medical devices so that you'll be able to better monitor your health. Ladies and gentlemen, the choice is clear. On February the 11th, the Barbados Liberal Party is asking you to put your confidence in us again, to continue to drive us as a nation towards prosperity and towards progress. We're asking you to reject the Democrat Liberal Party and their false promises, their disorganized campaign. They don't know their head from their tail. Support your Barbados Liberal Party candidate here in St. Michael Northwest. Vote for Neil Row, vote for Neil Row, vote for Neil Row, vote for Neil Row, and all across Barbados, vote for the Barbados Liberal Party candidates, and let us return Mia Amor Motley to be the Prime Minister of our country. Thank you, and God bless you.
We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael.
Thank you, Ishmael. I am satisfied that St. Michael North is in safe hands with Davison Ishmael. Are you? All right. You know, mid-2024, a colleague of mine asked me to meet with someone to have a conversation with him. And I was trying to establish why he would ask me to do that, where he knew that I stood firmly in the red corner. But I thought of it. And I asked my best friend what he thought. And he said to me, you know, they may be on the other side, but there's nothing wrong with that, you know. Once the people in the party, Barbados Liberal Party, know that you solid, you don't have to worry. And I said, okay, that I'll meet. And I made my way to Christchurch to meet this person. And we spent perhaps maybe about three plus hours together. We discussed politics, Labour Party politics, DLP politics. We talk about navigating the political waters and the treachery that you can expect, especially if you're in the Democratic Labour Party. And we had a very lovely conversation. After the conversation, we spent some time together, the three of us, my friend then joined us, my colleague rather, and we had some orange juice and a Moby after the conversation. I felt then, in my heart, that that person would be here in the Barbados Labour Party, but I never said anything then. So when I heard all the talk about what is happening in the Democratic Labour Party and who getting lick out and knock out and lock out and knock down, I said, I am not worried. I said in my heart when I met with that person, I felt that there were really Labour Party people, you know. But I never said anything. And as my grandmother would say, but look at my crosses for my doing it. Here it is, that tonight, I now have the privilege, I now have the pleasure to introduce to you that same person that I spent several hours meeting with sometime in 2024, the Barbados Labour Party candidate for the St. Michael Central constituency, Miss Tyra Trotman.
Yeah, let me go now to get out of the Tyra. Here she loud and loud, young fresh energy, always right there. Oh yeah, don't do what she speaks, she mind. From thought to action every time. She stands firm, she never fall. Work hard for the young, care for the young. Together with Tyra.
St. Michael Northwest, how wanna feeling? Wanna feeling good? Wanna feeling right and ready? As I say on every single stage, every single night, it is such an honor and a pleasure to be here before you. Because those who know the story of Tyra Trotman know that it was not easy. Thank you. It was not a straight road. I didn't get here on a straight road. There were lots of twists and turns. And similar to Neil Row, we had a lot of challenges, whether it's in our personal or political life, but we kept fighting. So that is the man that you have representing you, a man who no matter what is thrown his way, he continues to fight. He never leaves the people that he made a covenant to protect and to serve and to fight for and to be their voice in times of trouble. That is a man you have, not somebody like R.A.T., who switched constituencies when he was still the MP of the constituency he swore to. I heard some talks going around saying the Barbados Labour Party never did anything for the people of Barbados. But that is simply untrue. What is true is the government was not perfect. But as you will know, none of us are perfect. Nobody is perfect. The only thing perfect or the only person perfect is God Almighty. But we are a government that listens. We are a government that listens to your concerns, are not afraid to say we get it wrong. We're going back to the drawing board and we are going to come again. Because this Barbados Labour Party government is not an egotistical government. It is a government that listens and cares for its people. Compare that to the other side, where when people criticize, they lock you out. That is the difference. I heard my brother Ishmael say chalk and cheese. But I wouldn't even say chalk, because chalk, you could use chalk to write. Chalk is usable. What I will say is honey, because bees produce honey, and droppings, because that is what a RAT leaves. And we ain't just talk. You saw with our red record, we have promises kept from A to Z, 130-something pages. And I implore you to go and get yourself a copy. Don't just depend on what I am saying, or what Neil Row is saying, or what Davidson Ishmael is saying, or even what the Prime Minister is telling you. Go and do your own research. You have it here in black and white. Read it, and then go online on the internet that we love as Bajans, and do something productive instead. Go and fact check. See if what we are saying in here is true. Get yourself a copy. We have done what we said we will do. We ain't do it all. We have not done everything. Because you heard the Prime Minister say at the end of the day, the first couple of years were spent patching up. They were spent healing. They were spent stabilizing this economy. So we didn't get to do everything we wanted to do, but we are asking you for the chance to continue so that we can do what we wanted to do, but had to divert or postpone because we were dealing with national and global crises. Just like a car. When you go and buy a second-hand vehicle, and it may not look too pretty, your first thought is, well, I can get a paint job, I can put some rims on it, and I want a stereo set in it. Now, when I drive in, people can hear me coming. But then when you start to drive the car now, you realize, oh shoot, the car needs shocks, the car needs roddings, it needs bushings, the engine won't want changing, it got electrical issues, and you have limited money. What are you going to do? You are going to fix the things that matter most first, because at the end of the day, what is the use of a car if it can't take you from A to B? So you will fix those things that might not be pretty, but which are needed to stabilize the vehicle. And then when that is done, then you will go and paint the car and buy the rims and put in the set. It is no different when it's a government. We have to be able to prioritize and do what we need to do first, and then we can do what we want. You heard my brother mention that there were certain things put in place to help ease the burden of cost of living. We had the reduction of VAT on electricity bills to 10%. You had the zero-rated tariffs on sanitary items and tampons. You had the reduction of VAT on certain healthy food items and baby items, all to make our lives easier. Because let me not get tired, cost of living is not high just here in Barbados. It is high all over the world. But what you have is a government that is willing to put things in place to cushion the blow. So that is in our red record. But now let's talk about the things that we are going to do in the manifesto. Because we ain't just stopping there. We ain't saying, oh, we accomplished all these things, so now it is time to relax. No, we are saying we must keep moving forward. We must keep pushing. We're going harder. We're going stronger. And we're moving the people of Barbados forward. So when it comes to our manifesto, which, by the way, is the only manifesto which exists to date. And we are 5 days away from elections. And the other side cannot even produce a document for you that outlines its vision and plans for the people of Barbados, but are asking you, come February 11th, to go and place your vote. Vote for what? What is your plan? What is your vision? What are you going to do for me? We don't know when it comes to them, but we know when it comes to the Barbados Labour Party. You had persons who were asked to vote on the special polling day, which was just the other day. And those persons out there, poor persons who are supporters of the Democratic Labour Party, had to go and place a blind vote because they don't know what they are voting for. But we have produced a manifesto which shows that we are serious, we are ready, and we are ready to serve the people of Barbados. So like I said, we ain't stopping there. We said that we are going to increase the reverse tax credit from $1,300 to $1,700 per year. That means that's more money in your pockets come November or December. So you can go and do the things we like to do around that time, which is paint the house, buy the ham, buy the curtains, and buy gifts. That's what we love to do around that time because it's the spirit of giving. So we are empowering you to do what you want to do. You also heard my brother mention the expansion of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. $400 million worth of expansion. Because we have listened to the cries, we've listened to the concerns. We understand that yes, sometimes the waiting time is excessive. We are saying not. We're not saying there's no room for improvement. So that is what the Barbados Labour Party is willing to invest in its people. And let us be very clear. Yes, the waiting times are excessive. But let me look at the fact that health care in Barbados, so long as you are a citizen, is completely free to you. You don't have to worry about health insurance. Perfect example, a woman who is ready to give birth in America refuses to admit herself into the hospital because she knows when she done, she looking at a bill about $60,000 US. Here in Barbados, we can go and deliver the people of the future, the children, safe and cheap, almost free, unless you pay the epidural, you gotta pay for that. But free almost. You don't get that anywhere else in the world. Let me think about all the times you got into an accident and had to be rushed to the emergency room. Nobody ain't asking for the health insurance before they check you in. You know that happens overseas. They will not admit you until someone signs that paper saying that you have health insurance. Think about the gunshot victims. So many of our young men, our fathers, our brothers, our uncles, our cousins are being shot, victims of gun violence, rushed to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and treated right away, free of charge. That don't happen nowhere else in the world, just so. So when you say that this government is doing nothing for its people, that is a blatant untruth. When you look at crime ain't nothing special to Barbados. Crime happens all over the world. And really and truly, in reality, you will never have a country that has 0% crime. It will never happen. Reason being, it is a socio-economic issue. It deals with a number of things. It is multifaceted. So don't let anybody come and tell you how one of the BLPs to blame for crime, the rise in crime. Crime existed before I was born, and it exists when I dead. So don't get tied up. But what this Barbados Labour Party is seeking to do is to curb the rise by giving you job opportunities, for giving you resources to deal with mental health, for educating our youth. Because don't let me get tied up again. The Democratic Labour Party took away free education from thousands of students in Barbados who were in their second, third year almost done and had to drop out because they could not afford it. The Barbados Labour Party, when they first came back and were reinstated, were the ones who said none of that. None of that. We are bringing back free education because at the end of the day, education is the equalizer. It levels the playing field. That is what this Barbados Labour Party is willing to do. When it comes to the Barbados Police Service, that entity out there that is supposed to protect, reassure, and serve, this Barbados Labour Party government allocated a budget of $170 million, 170, into the Barbados Police Service, the largest budget allocation ever in history, because we want you as citizens of Barbados to feel safe. We had the peace program because at the end of the day, we understand that sometimes you end up in things you should not be in. But that doesn't mean you're a bad person. You may just need a second chance. So you had the peace program and the block program working with those young men out there that may need a second chance. We don't judge, we listen, we serve, and we work together. When it comes to education, you heard about over 14,000 free courses online through the NTI program, partnering with Coursera. That is something we now make up. That is something that has been happening. But what we are doing now is expanding it. We're going to move it into the prison so that inmates who are there, instead of wasting the time and rotting away, can do something with their time. So by the time they come out, they would have certificates that will help reintegrate them into society and give them a second chance so you don't go back to where you came from. When it comes to the pensioners, we don't only care about the young people, we care about the elderly as well. We're giving you a credit worth of $1,200 a pension credit per year that goes straight in your pocket so that you don't have to depend on your children who are grown and now living their own lives to come and assist you financially. It is giving you financial freedom to do the things that you need to do for yourselves. We had the YES program. We had the Loan Trust. Those are programs that were specifically designed to empower Barbadians, because at the end of the day, it is all well and dandy to have a government job. But it's only so many government jobs that exist and can go around. So what we are trying to do is empower you by being your own bosses, by being your own entrepreneurs, so you can start your own businesses, become independent, and empower those around you. So we are just giving you fish. We are teaching you how to fish. That is what this Barbados Labour Party is doing for you. When it comes to leadership now, because at the end of the day, this ain't you heard my brother say, this ain't about no one candidate. This is about a team of 30 individuals coming together despite their various backgrounds and beliefs and working together to make this Barbados great and to keep taking the people of Barbados forward. And of course, when you speak of a group, you must have a leader. And when you speak of the leader, look at the two. You have a woman who is known, by the way, first woman prime minister ever in history of Barbados. She created history. And then on top of that, she came into political life at the age of about 28 when she was Minister of Education, when she was younger than me. And she has given her life to public service. She ain't no come about here. So she's a woman of heart. This honorable PM has given half of her life to the people of Barbados and have taken us forward, whether it was as minister, leader of opposition, or now as prime minister. And she is respected all over this world. I have never seen a prime minister been asked to enter so many rooms before. Furthermore, when you go on social media, read the comments, people are saying, well, I wish this was my prime minister. She's a woman not only of heart, but a woman with a backbone who's willing to stand up and fight for your rights, even on a global stage, in spite of any backlash, because she's defending you without fear or favor. She's a woman who exhibits grace. As you know, I came from the Democratic Labour Party. Let me clear up something here right now. I am now a member of the Barbados Labour Party longer than I was a member of a Democratic Labour Party here. And in spite of me offering constructive criticism, Mia Amor Motley still welcomed me with open arms. She still said, come, you want to serve the people of Barbados? Come and join this Barbados Labour Party and let us work together and help move the people of Barbados forward. Now compare that with RAT. Criticize here, you get locked out. Interrupt here, you get starved. Go to a meeting, he wants you to trust him with the public purse, but cannot even manage a token system to ensure that the lights at his meeting remain on. That is madness. You heard my brother mention they're running about 5 or 7 different campaigns. You can't get uniformity nowhere you look when it comes to the Democratic Labour Party. But when it comes to the Barbados Labour Party, you see the difference. We are hearing talks now that the manifesto is supposed to launch on Saturday. Mind you, I think it was supposed to launch, it was Tuesday or Wednesday. We still didn't see it yet. But it's Saturday now, and he's launching it up in St. John, where people will find it hard to traverse to just because he running in St. John. Compare that with our leader who put it in the city of Bridgetown, because at the end of the day, she knows that that city is accessible to the majority of Barbadians. That is the difference. So my brother said chalk and cheese, but I say honey and droppings. February 11th, Barbadians, come out and vote in your numbers. Do not make the mistake of staying at home. When you stay at home, that is a vote against the Barbados Labour Party. And we do not want to end up in a situation where we have a tragedy. We have another lost decade. We don't want that. We have been moving forward. Let us continue on the path forward and let us vote Barbados Labour Party. Young people, I don't want to hear you talking about how you ain't interested in politics. Politics ain't my thing. Well, let me tell y'all something today. Politics is about policies, it's about people, it's about making decisions. And whether or not you have a say in it, a decision will be made. So come out and exercise that right that people before you have fought so hard to gain. Show some respect to your elders and come out and fight the good fight and vote on the 11th of February and vote Barbados Labour Party. Vote for Santia Bradshaw in St. Michael South East. Vote Trevor Prescott in St. Michael East. Vote Kirk Humphrey in St. Michael South. Vote Davidson Ishmael in St. Michael North. Vote for Chris Gibbs in St. Michael West. Vote Ian Gooden Edgehill in St. Michael West Central. Vote Marsha Cattle in St. Michael South Central. Vote Michael Lashley in the city of Bridgetown. Vote Neil Row in St. Michael Northwest. Vote Tyra Trotman in St. Michael Central. But most importantly, vote Mia Amore Motley in St. Michael Northeast. Vote Barbados Labour Party in St. Michael, because a strong St. Michael means a strong Barbados. I love when I'm so bad. Love when I gone.
Yeah, let me go now to get out with Tyra. To get out with Tyra. Tyra for the people of St. Michael Central. Here she loud and loud. Young fresh energy, always right there. Oh yeah. Don't do what she speaks, she might.
Thank you, Tyra. Thank you, Tyra. We are once again happy that St. Michael Central will be coming home with Tyra Trotman for the Barbados Labour Party come February 11th. You know, those of you people sitting in the front there, I don't know if just now and if any of you saw a cat. Well, you all saw what? You all saw what? That cat looking for the rat, man. I saw the cat. The cat ran this way and ran back the other way. This cat saw no rat, so the cat rat out. Let me tell you, I feel that cat will find its way to St. John too. But imagine the man going to St. John to say that that's the place he knew he was destined to be. That's before he felt he was destined to be in St. Lucie. But that's before he felt he was destined to be in St. Michael North. Or then again, that's before he was destined to be in Christchurch South. And then you hear him say, you know, I don't know how I get here. You all heard him? The man said, I don't know how I get here. I didn't want this. No, he went out there. The man ratting the Democratic Labour Party. Lick up Ronnie. Lock out Irene. Mess up Undine. Lick up everybody to get the power, but say he doesn't know how he got there. He like he retarded, man. Will you kick down the door and walk in? And then lock up, put back on the door and lock out people to say this is mine. And then you're announcing that you don't know how you got there. Well, I suppose he don't know how he get in St. John. But one thing I know for sure, he will know where he's going after February 11th, because he will not be going back to Parliament in this country. No, he ain't. Because the people in St. John have said, we will not let you do to us what you have done to the people in Christchurch South. As a matter of fact, I feel that every single cent he has drawn in Parliament as the parliamentary representative for the constituency of Christchurch South, I feel he should be made to pay it back. He should not be drawing the salary when he left the people and stopped representing them. He should never, ever be drawing that salary. And this is the man that wants to talk about morality and integrity and all this kind of thing, man. You can't have that kind of conduct. and still expect people to trust you. I know you see him all over the place in his hatred to tear down Mia Amor Motley. And he doesn't care if he destroys Barbados in the process. The Barbados that he wants to live in, the Barbados that he says he wants to lead, but then he still wants to destroy it because stuck in his craw is a deep-seated hatred for Mia Motley because he somehow feels that she got something that should be his because she beat him at a nomination back in 1991 when he wanted to be the candidate for the Barbados Labour Party in that same constituency of St. Michael Northeast. That is what it's about. And it got deeper. The wedge got a little deeper when she had to separate him as chairman of a statutory corporation. The hatred even went deeper. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what is driving him. Hatred and naked ambition. No interest in you, no interest in this country, only in self. You have but one choice. One choice. And that is the Barbados Labour Party. One choice, one leader, Mia Amor Motley. But she says, there's a team. There's a strong, able team in this Barbados Labour Party. And this man, everybody is not like Davis and Ishmael, that get on bad and keep a lot of noise and get on bad, but he's effective. And certainly, I'm perhaps the quietest fellow you'll find in the Barbados Labour Party. You know, perhaps the very quietest. A Sunday school boy, man. But let me say this to you. There are some men that are cool, suave, calm, but effective, man. Effective. Now, you know, a rattlesnake is a snake that you're afraid of. You're afraid because it rattles and it alerts you that it is coming. But the black mamba doesn't make any noise. You know, they just move smooth. The rustles don't make any noise, but they are deadly, they are effective. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some quiet but effective giants in the Barbados Labour Party. And one of those quiet, effective giants, and one is going to come to you now. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chris Gibbs, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate for the constituency of St. Michael West, and the next parliamentary representative for that constituency. Mr. Chris Gibbs.
Chris Gibbs, Chris Gibbs. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want Chris Gibbs. Who we need Chris Gibbs. We ride the rest for Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. We deserve the best.
Good night, my people in Deacons Farm. How you feeling? All right. I would take it, Level. He just called me the Black Mamba. I would take it. I'm so pleased to be here tonight with you to bat on behalf of my brother, Neil Row. And I can tell you, I'm about to give testimony to y'all tonight about Neil. Truth is, I've known Neil since 2015. And I can tell you, Neil is a philanthropist at heart. I can tell you that because Neil would come down to my business in Cheapside, always with the people of St. Michael Northwest in his heart and in his mind. He would come and he would say to me and my father, I want to do some hampers for the people. What you could give me? And I said, Neil, no problem. If it's the people of St. Michael Northwest, I am there with you. Because my dad, Laurent Gibbs, was the godfather out here. A lot of people, y'all would know him. He used to work with St. Clair and Maskell. Right. So we were always there with Neil to help the people in these communities. And let me tell you something too. Neil can write a letter. Jeez, hombre. The letter is so heartfelt, it will make you cry. And I can tell you, just in the 5 months that I have been the Minister of Housing, Neil would write a letter for someone saying, I want this body to get the electrical upgrade. Please do it for me. He would write a letter and say, so-and-so died, and the nephew was living in the unit, and they need to be able to stay there. Don't let them kick them out. This man bleeds for y'all. I could tell you that. And I want to tell you a story about Neil that just goes to show you what kind of man you have here battling for you. A friend of mine came to me and said that they were very concerned about their dad, who lives right over there. And I called Neil, and I said, Neil, check up on this gentleman. Neil said, I already did that already. This was during COVID. I took him to get his shots. So come to find out, you see L4? L4 is really an ambulance. He would take everybody to the clinic to get shots, to get the medication during COVID. That is the sort of man that you have here. A man with the heart of gold. I'm sure y'all know this already. I'm only re-emphasizing the facts. But the truth of the matter is, I'm proud to say that he's my brother and we're moving arm in arm with him. And look at the team that we have, people. You heard Tyra. You heard Davison. This is a high-quality team. And I heard Davison as well talk about how that this chalk and cheese. But I got another analogy to use. Somebody playing chess and somebody playing checkers. Because I can tell you, our Prime Minister is playing chess. She has the vision that is required for this country. And I can tell you so personally. Because in 2018, I had the privilege when she made me the chairman of the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. And her vision for the city of Bridgetown is so transformative. And I was right there with her because my family business has been in the city of Bridgetown for 100 years. So when she talked about the plans that she had, because she said the strength of a country must come from the strength of the heart. And the heart of Barbados is the city of Bridgetown. And I can tell you, when she talked about really adequately recognizing the struggles of the 1937 riots and climate pain, and I can tell you, when she gave me the responsibility to construct Golden Square Freedom Park, it was indeed an honor and a privilege to do so. And any construction, whether it be hotels, whether it be the Pierhead project, whether it be a cricket hotel, you need to really emphasize green spaces. And she managed to have a green space that recognized our heritage and the struggle of our people all in one. That is a woman of vision. So Davison says chalk and cheese. I say chess and checkers. So, my friends, it has been an honor to execute the agenda of this great party, this great government thus far. And I know that Mr. Horace Billy told me not to mention this again, but I have to because I am in Deacons Farm. You will see in our manifesto that we have a vesting bill that we have sitting there. We weren't able to bring it to Parliament because Parliament was dissolved. But this vesting bill automatically vests in bulk hundreds of units, terrace units, all over Barbados into tenants, giving them title and property. That vesting bill included Fernie Hurst. And my good friend, Mr. Horace Bailey, will be a recipient of that. But guess what? In phase 2, I am pleased to say to you tonight that we are about to vest another 98 units right here in Deacon Farms. That is what we're talking about, a Barbados Labour Party government that empowers its people through ownership. But we don't stop there. This empowerment, we have found very creative ways to empower people. The Honorable Carrie Simmons brought a copyright bill earlier last year, which dealt with the works of our creatives and giving value and property to that you can pass it down to your children. That is empowerment in works as well. So I could tell you, stick with the Barbados Labour Party. Stick with the people who have you in their hearts, like Neil Row. But I have a lot more stories to tell about Neil, because Neil's a man that is always there for his people. He would come to me, even just up to last year, He was looking to get some vouchers so that people can go and get some groceries. And he would be hustling because he does everything himself. He stocks up the car, L4. I see L4 hustling left, right, and center, all about the place, getting groceries. He did by Carlton. That man works hard for you. And I can tell you, now is not the time to play fast and loose with our future. We need people like Neil. Don't be fooled by the other guy. I said this at another spot meeting. Honestly, to me, he is just a suit, an empty suit. He does not possess the soul and the heart that Neil does for his people. Those kind of people just want to build their resumes on your backs. But we will not let them, because you have to do the hard work. You have to toil the ground. You have to hit the pavement. You have to win the trust of the people before you can ever think about walking up those steps to those hallowed halls of Parliament. So we ain't letting these people be grave diggers starting at the top. You have to work for this. And Neil has been working in these communities for a long time. And he earned your trust. It is true. Clap for that. Right, Brenda? But I am proud of the St. Michael team. Kurt Humphrey. He brought a social empowerment act last year, which amalgamated all of these social agencies so that we can deliver more efficient social services to Barbadians. But guess what? Neil was the parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment. And I know that that is in his DNA as well. So I'm sure that he would have laid the foundations at that time so that Kurt could prosper in that ministry. Because I know that when he was there with Cynthia, that Neil would help his people however he could. But you heard Tyra talk about the audacity of the Dems who disenfranchise many hundreds, thousands of young people in this country when they discontinued free university education. And then you could imagine that they would go on the platform and then want to poo-poo our manifesto idea to start the Republic Child Wealth Fund. This is revolutionary and groundbreaking. You could imagine that you can give every child born after November 30th, 2021, a start in life with an investment of $5,000. How could you even begin to criticize that? Y'all don't believe, they don't believe in the young people in this country? Clearly not. But we are not going to let them forget it. So they have convenient memories, and we're not going to let them forget it. But I want to echo what my colleague said earlier, that the world is a very tumultuous place. And the only certainty is uncertainty. And we need the type of leader that our honorable Prime Minister is. Because a good captain is not made by piloting in calm seas. A great captain is made by piloting in rough seas. And she has piloted the HMS Barbados through COVID, through ashfall, through freak storms, through Elsa, through Beryl. This is someone who we can trust with adversity. And she has a team by her side who can step up to the plate as well. So regardless of what the guy up north throws at us, I am comfortable with my Prime Minister leading us, taking charge, dancing through the raindrops, as she likes to say, without getting hit. Because you know, if that was the rap, he'd be doused. He'd be doused with water. You can imagine him clumsily trying to navigate the geopolitics of the globe. Well, I shudder to think. There's absolutely no way, people. We cannot play fast and loose with our futures. So come February 11th, let's take this seriously. We have to go out there and vote for our future, for the future of Barbados as a small island developing state. We cannot afford to take a risk. And I know that the best form of rat control is a man up in St. John by the name of Charles Griffith. Not true, people? Because he is going to exterminate Ralph Thorne and erase him from the history books. I don't know if that's possible because, my goodness, we need to do this. Do it for me. You could imagine sitting down the budget, listen to another 11, 12 hours of bilge. Oh my God, please, let me get rid of him. Honestly. So we're going out and vote. We're going out and vote for Neil Row in St. Michael Northwest. We're going out and vote for Davidson Ishmael. Because Ishmael delivers real results. You heard him talk about the linear accelerator. My God. Listen, people. You see that linear accelerator? That thing is like the Rolls Royce of radiation therapy. Listen, our sister Santia Bradshaw, you know she went through cancer before. And she had to go to Miami to get treatment. Because we didn't have that. We had a radiation machine that will radiate your whole body, killing the good cells and the bad cells too. But you see that linear accelerator? That has hit the cancer cells with pinpoint accuracy, right? And that means that the women of our country can now realize if they're afflicted with that horrible disease called breast cancer, that they can realize a 95% 5-year survival rate. And that is what we're talking about. This is a government that delivers for the people of this country because we care about our citizens. So my friends, let me not mess with this thing. Let me not mess with this thing. So come February the 11th, what are we going to do? We're going to go and vote for the Barbados Labour Party, for the St. Michael candidates, for the Christchurch candidates. I'm going to lump all the rest of them country candidates for the rest of them. St. Michael North in the house. My girl Sweet Lou in the house. My girl Brenda in the house. My Barb Barker in the house. And Downey, give me a little dance, Downey. Come on, let me see you. Give me a little dance. You went viral. Let me see you. Pretty tune, pretty tune.
No. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West?
So my people, thank you for having me tonight. God bless and good night.
So we want Chris Gibbs, so we need Chris Gibbs. We ride the best for Chris Gibbs. We can place we ask for Chris Gibbs. We deserve the best. Hoppers and hugs and back to school. Would you believe this man so cool? Tell them Chris Gibbs ain't faking moves. And we got enough receipts here to prove.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Barbados Labour Party, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? That's what I'm talking about. You know, as Chris was speaking, I started, and he spoke about how our Prime Minister delivers for us on the global scene. I started to ask myself, what would Barbados be like if we were to return this country to the hands of the Democratic Labour Party? Now, you know we want a stable leader in me and more Motley. But can you imagine the pit bull now turned Chihuahua or salmon tot retriever? Can you imagine him negotiating with the persons on the global stage? Can you imagine, can you hear him now, how he will be speaking to those people? He'll be barking, man. He will run the people out of the room. There will be no time for negotiations because he will run the people out of the room. But I'm saying to you, while Mayor Motley leads, while she faces the challenges head on, these guys will cover. I ask myself, and I want you to ask yourself, can you imagine how Frandell Stewart would have dealt with COVID? He would have killed COVID with his silence. That's all he would have done. And then you imagine Ralphie, the rat. Check the rat. Other than biting a hole in barrel, I can't think of what he would do. Other than, say, perhaps try to sue. Because he feels the solution to every problem is to go to court. But not with the Barbados Labour Party. Not with Mia Motley. And as our former Prime Minister would say, the Labour Party's way is that when you have a problem, you face it and you fix it. And that is what Mia Amor Motley has been doing since she took up the reins since 2018. I ask you people, please, stay the course. This is not the time to play with your future. This is not the time to make sport. These are serious times, and you must stay the course with Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. You know, you hear people talking about this guy and how he would come to them and fight on the behalf of his constituents. There was a time when that man would confuse me almost daily when I had the honor of managing a company just up the street here in St. Michael. And perhaps twice a week, Neil Row would call, but Neil Row would visit. And all he would say is, Lovell, you got any vacancies there, man? I'm looking for a little pick for somebody, man. And even when I said, but I gave you the last, I had 6, and I gave you 5. He would say, you can't squeeze out another one. I mean, he would confuse me. Neil Row would come to me so often that I would sit in the office sometimes, and when I see him coming through, I look at the cameras and I see him, I would sometimes try to hide. But he would see the vehicle and he would not leave. He would stay and confuse you until he gets what he wants for his constituents. That is the heart of the man. He does not believe that when he approaches you, that you have to speak to him first. He doesn't think that he is more important than you, and when you see him, you are supposed to make way. He does not believe that wearing a suit makes him a man. He is not that kind of person like the other fella. Speak to him first. If not, he doesn't speak to you. That's not the kind of man Neil is. Neil is the kind of man that will go to the ends of the earth for you and his constituents. And you don't have to be a B. He will do it if even you're a D. Neil Rowe believes that people who elected him should be representative, and that is what he has been doing since he came to Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, this constituency has been in good hands, and it is in good hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to help me to bring that man who I know that this constituency will return again. Come February 11th, you will go out in your numbers and you will vote. And you'll be voting for Neil Rowe. Neil Rowe. Neil Rowe. Come, Neil. This is the man. When those votes are cast, when those votes are counted, we want to make sure that that's the man. Quiet, effective, dedicated, caring. Neil Rowe, the next parliamentary representative for this constituency of St. Michael Northwest. Ladies and gentlemen, Neil Rowe.
Hope my son give wisdom to change all these children. This ain't life we live in. Just know we surviving. Cause we vote Neil Rowe, so we must win. He giving jobs to the poor for a stipend. Cause Neil Rowe got me back to the very end. Even when he down and tired, he still trying. Even if a house repair and rats for disabilities, we need nice things. So we vote Neil Rowe, cause Neil Rowe for we vote B. Neil Rowe have to win this seat for the fam, the peeps, the community. Neil Rowe can never lose, cause he don't send no dreams. What he say he does do, so what he say he does mean. So we going to the booth and we voting for truth. Them praying that he lose, but in the end he will win. Neil Rowe for the people, so we voting for him. Nobody ain't perfect, you get what I'm saying. We win, we win, we win, we win.
Good night, good night, good night, Deacons Farm, Brandon's, Rosemont, Ferniehurst, all of the surrounding areas in St. Michael Northwest, blessed good night. I wish to begin by giving thanks to the Almighty Lord for allowing me to do the good things and the good work that I have done for the good people of St. Michael Northwest. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Deacons Farm for placing your trust and confidence in me, not only in 2018, but also in 2022. Tonight, I stand before you to present my report card on the developments across this blessed constituency of St. Michael Northwest. Those of you who would say that you don't see me, I wish to remind you that despite all of the adversities that I had to endure during my second term, please be mindful that I have never stopped working for the good people of St. Michael Northwest. And there are not many men who has the mental, physical, and spiritual strength to endure all that I had to endure and remain committed to the good people of St. Michael Northwest. And when I decided to make myself available and to enter public life, I never did so to get rich. I did so because of my past and the humble beginnings and substandard conditions that I grew up in Brighton, Blackrock, Ashton Village by extension. And as a boy growing up, I can say to you, the good people, I know what it feels like to be poor. I know what it feels like to have to endure utilizing a pit toilet. I know what it feels like to have to endure going out in the yard to take a shower under a pipe. And when I came to public life, I said to myself that every family across this constituency who I come in contact with, who are living in substandard conditions, I made it my business to transform the lives of those people. And I am pleased tonight to announce to you that within the last 2 terms, being the parliamentary representative for the good people of this beloved constituency, I was able to build 22 brand new homes for families living in these substandard conditions. And in my first term, and this is my report card, and I remember in my first term, my first report card was about 19 or 20 pages. Tonight, this report card is 51 pages. And to be honest, this booklet do not contain every single thing that I have done for the good people of St. Michael Northwest. And when I hear the opposition walking about talking about he can't see the representation, and I ain't a carpenter or a mason, and they talking about I build houses. Boy, you don't know nothing about Neil Row. You don't know the amount of things I have done for the good people. This, unlike you, that like to be on social media every minute. Like you in a Playboy magazine. And tonight, I want to give him the facts. And you know one of the other things that had me so amazed is to see the opposition going into one of the houses that I Neil Row built through Urban Development Commission, taking pictures and posting it on IG. But he lucky that I am not a bad-minded person, because I will tell him to keep out the houses that I built across this constituency. But I will not be that disrespectful to tell him that. I will leave it for the house owner to do. And in my first term, I went on a rampage, pushing down and rebuilding houses. And I built about 12 houses, 12 to 13 houses in my first term. And these are just some, because the budget could not hold all. And in my second term, the budget barely was 7 out of the 10 that I have built across this constituency for disadvantaged families. And I said last night, I remember traversing this constituency and I been to a family who was living in squalor. And I remember entering the backyard to go inside the house of that particular family who was utilizing an outdoor toilet facility. And the smell that from that pit toilet, it pushed me back out through the gate. And it also rebirthed the memories of me living in Black Rock, and my childhood memories having to go outside and utilize the pit toilet. And one of the first things that I did was to make sure that I locate the landlord who had owned the land. And I said to that landlord, listen, I really want to help this family. The fact that you have an elderly lady living in there along with her children, I really would like to help them. And I would love you to give me the permission, give me the documentation for the land, give me a letter granting the Rural and Urban Development Commission the permission to build. And they pleaded with that landlord, and the landlord was so gracious to give me the letter for me to rebuild that house for that family today. That is what representation is about, boy. So when you walk about this constituency, trying to scandalize my name, and furthermore, look, listen, this is the kind of representation that Ralph sent about here. A man that taking, he feeding people food and taking labels with his name and mark vote for him. Nah? But you don't do things when you care about people. You can see a man's face, but you can't see his heart. But I know that his heart can never be like mine. I have done so much, helped so many people. And you feel that even if I give me somebody something to eat, that I will stick a label with my name on a full cartoon asking somebody to vote for me? That's a disgrace. And that is the kind of man that you all will want to represent you. He is a man that is about himself. He ain't caring nothing about poor people and people in general. despite all that he do and say, he have to face the facts. I remember last year, my cell phone rang, and it was the Prime Minister on the other end. And she said to me, she called me into a meeting at a lower court. And when I attended that meeting with two of my other comrades, the Prime Minister said, Neil, what are some of the things that you need done in your constituency? I said, Madam Prime Minister, in the presence of my good friend, Jerome Walker, and Pat Paris, I said, Prime Minister, I would like all of the title deeds and conveyances for all the people that live in Deacons Farm, Rosemont, Ferdyhurst, and Golden Acre. And prior to that, I had wrote and sent a letter to the former Prime Minister of Housing on the 21st of February, 2023. And I quote, I am writing on behalf of my beloved constituents of Rosemont, Fernyhurst, Deacons Farm, and Golden Acre housing areas, who are presently residing within National Housing Corporation rental units for over 20 years, and who are qualified under the free transfer of terrace units under the 20-year program. I am aware that the transfer of terrace units under the 20-year program was put on hold in 2018, pending changes to the policy, which is understandable. Please be mindful that this is 5 years that the 20-year program has been pending for changes to be completed to the policy. I am also aware that in early 2022, a directive was given by the good Prime Minister, Mayor, the Honorable Mayor Motley QC, SC, MP, to have the amended policy for the free transfer of terrace units under the 20-year program be completed by October 2022. Minister, I will be grateful to have an update on the pending policy in order for me to convey your correspondence in relation to this matter to my deserving constituents who shall be able to benefit from the free transfer of terrace units under the 20-year program under the National Housing Corporation. Please don't hesitate to contact my office should you need any further information in regard to my constituents who are still paying rent in their units. Thank you very much in advance for your kind cooperation and understanding in relation to this matter. And despite all that I went through, I remain committed, I remain fighting for the good people of Deacons Farm, Rosemont, Fernyhurst, Golden Acre, and this entire constituency. And I received correspondence from the National Housing Corporation in writing on the 21st of June, 2023. And I quote, Honorable Neil Row, JP MP, Parliamentary Representative, Freehill Crescent, Black Rock, St. Michael. Dear sir, in reference to the 20-year program, I acknowledge your receipt of correspondence from your office regarding the caption matter. Please be advised that the corporation has commenced the process to convey the units to qualified tenants at Deacons Farm, St. Michael. Because we have received 3 or 4 plans from the land surveyor, and we are advised that the preparation of the final plan is at an advanced stage. In a few days, officers from the corporation will be visiting tenants in the estate to verify information that will assist in the transfer process. Please be guided accordingly. Yours faithfully, National Housing Corporation. I want the Dems to know this is what representation looks like. In reference to the 20-year program, approved title deeds. And I want the good people of Deacons Farm to know that I, Neil Row, through my beloved Prime Minister, Mia Amar Motley, one of the best ever, in association with the minister, my good friend and brother, Chris Gibbs, I was able to approve the conveyances and title deeds for 124 tenants in Deacons Farm. That is what that is what the Dems got to deal with. Instead of walking about looking like a playboy, this is what representation is about. And if you want a manifesto, I can give you one too. So I can take a leaf out of my book. Boy. And to add to that, I have 21 tenants in Ferniehouse who will be receiving their conveyance and title deeds too. And 9 tenants in Golden Acre who will be receiving their title deeds too. And you walking about the place trying to attack my character and my representation for the good people of St. Michael Northwest, boy. Or you just see me walking about this place very quiet and humble, but I ain't that kind of boy that you can push about until I spin and they can keep my mouth shut. You don't really want to see the other side of Neil Row, boy. Anybody that know the history of me will know that I ain't that kind of boy that is a walk in the park. I might look quiet, and I may be very soft-spoken, but I ain't a walk in the park, boy. And the Dems can never bully me or the Barbados Labour Party. And the only thing that the Dems good at doing is telling lies, scandalizing the good name of the good people in this great party called the Barbados Labour Party. And when I can't do nothing better because our track record has been tried and tested. And we have a political leader that Ralph Thorne can never, ever, in any day on this earth, dream to walk in the footsteps of Mia Amor Molly. Because Ralph Thorne ain't ready yet. And Ralph Thorne don't care nothing about Bajans. Ralph Thorne only care about himself. And a man that never did nothing for the good people of Christchurch South and no run to St. John. If the people out there can let do the same thing to them like they do to the people in Christchurch South, but Bajans is stupid. And to add to that, that boy had the audacity to be telling the media that the only roads that he know that I have done is the roads in Freehill. But that boy so blind I don't even want to call it them. I will leave that to you to do. But in my first term, I paved the whole stretch of Deacons Road. I hit a drive on that road, and he here realized that the Barbados Labour Party paved that road. We also paved the entire stretch of Gullen Road, and he here realized that the Barbados Labour Party, under my stewardship for St. Michael Northwest, have paved that road. And when you talk about Bridgegate Road, that I share a border with my good friend Chris Gibbs and brother, the Barbados Labour Party also paved that road under my stewardship in my second term, boy. And when I am re-elected on 11th of February 2026, boy, I will pave more roads across this constituency of St. Michael Northwest, boy. I don't got time walking about, sharing out food. I just be busy working. When the good people in Deacons Farm messaging my cell phone telling me they want a street light on a certain pole because the area dark, where were you? And I was able to install a few streetlights across this constituency. And then like he that always on social media posting like a playboy. When I working. And I have done so much. And everything that I do not go and post on Instagram or Facebook. I do things because of the love that I have for my people and the work that I do. So I don't have to walk about taking pictures and posting everything. Because when I do things with a good heart, boy. And more street lights will be installed when I am re-elected. And Kurt, I know you asked me for a street light on that pole right here at the end of the car park. And you too shall get that street light. Boy, you should see me and left me, boy. When they come in peace, let me stay in peace. Because you don't really want to see that other side of Neil Row. And when it comes to drainage issues, and let me give one a joke. You believe last year, he and one of his disciples had the audacity. I know we got a drainage course there in Beach Path. Want some water? And sometime last year, he and one of his disciples decided that they again calling the media. And I know, listen, it turns about it, right? Is that we have, I know I am on top of every issue in this constituency. And sometimes we could get delays when we send a directive to the relevant department to address certain issues. I am in contact with the CTO at the drainage department every single day, to the point that I begin to feel like he's made me miserable when it comes to getting things done. And also the Minister of MTW. And I remember I had reached out to get the water course there in Beach Path clear. And honestly, it wasn't done in a timely manner. So that boy and his disciple decided that they will get a private contractor to clean the water course. Just to look good. I call it political optics. You understand? And they cleaned the water course and left all of the debris for the road to move. They called in the media, had all the press coverage to make themselves look good for all political mileage, but they didn't do it with a good heart. Because after they do it with a good heart, they would have moved the debris too. And I, Neil Row, along with the Minister of NTW, the Deputy Prime Minister of Barbados, I had to join hands with them, who joined hands with Drainage and NCC, to move 39 truckloads of debris that them left down there. You believe that? You believe that? Then they just want to look good, pictures in the newspaper, you know. But you know, I ain't expecting a better from them. Because they know the heart can never be like mine. Over 39 truckloads of debris, I had to end up moving from in that water course. And you know right now the grass started to grow back up, and I will make sure that I make it my business to get it clean again. And when it comes to landscaping across this constituency, I have 2 NCC teams. And these teams are teams that I employed across this constituency. I employed people from Bridge Gap on that NCC team, Deacons Farm, Rosemont, Ferniehurst. And then the second team, I employed people from Freehill, Black Rock, Spring Garden, Pearl Bay, to help me maintain across this constituency and then that boy is what about? Talking about I don't do nothing. I installed the recreational park in Pavilion Terrace, the one in Sunnyside Court, one in Ferniehurst, one in Cavefield Dover Crescent. These are the things I have done. And furthermore, the picnic benches that want to say no on tonight, I installed them too. So tell the boys, shut up. And furthermore, when it comes to the disabled, I don't forget them because I don't know what tomorrow holds. And I have installed and built disability ramps across this constituency for the elderly. Excuse me, because my sentence is dripping, right? When it comes to Pearl Bay, 3 brand new kiosks were built for the good people in Pearl Bay. When it comes to the agriculture project in Rosemont, the guys out there ran into some challenges because of water issues, and I am pleased to announce tonight that I was able, despite all of the red tape I had to go through, to make sure that the guys out there have their own water supply under the Northwest Alliance Foundation, boy. And when it comes to entertainment, I have the karaoke competition, a Flashstone bar, queue in the community, and furthermore, I am the man behind the Breakfast on My Block event, and he does come out there taking the most pictures, like everything that he's the man that established that event. But I want you to know, boy, I am the person that birthed it to benefit the men in Deacons. And to add to that, I rebirthed the Freehill Blockorama for the Freehill community and the Lower Black Rock community after 38 to 39 years of not being in existence. And the things about it, these are just some of the things I have done. Vocational camps to benefit the youth in this community. I have appointed over 30 justices of the peace across this constituency. And they appoint people from Deacons Farm, Ferniehurst, Brandons, Bridge Gap, Ashdean, Freehill, Pearl Bay. Just to name a few. when it comes to sports, after the Prime Minister launched the Prime Minister Cup, in the first year, I decided to launch the scrimmage small bar football tournament. And the Prime Minister Cup going into its third year, and this year will be going into its second year when I am re-elected on the 11th of February 2026. And to mind you, like, when it comes to helping people, I don't take a picture of my face and stick it on envelopes or paper bags just to help poor people or people in need. I do. All right, no problem. Yeah. I do things with a good heart, right? And I want you to know I have assisted over 497 elderly persons across this constituency with home help and companionship care. I was able to assist 275 persons with Barbados citizenship across this constituency. I was able to assist 377 individuals across this constituency in the last 2 terms in being able to apply and to purchase their own homes through National Housing and Hope Program. I was able to assist 197 small businesses through the Barbados Trust Loan Fund. I was able to assist 27 young aspiring entrepreneurs to register the businesses at my constituency office, and to add to that, when did they not have the $104 to pay corporate affairs, I made sure that I paid it for them. And to add to that, for the last 7 years and some, I was able to provide employment for 579 of my constituents across this constituency in various government departments. That is what representation is about. And the turnover rate at certain hamburger places will never be the same in government and the private sector. We're sending people to work. But I want to tell the good people tonight that my plans for you for 2026 to 2031, I want you all to vote for me so that I could build 22 more urban houses for people who are still living in squalor across this constituency. And those families who may have challenges with land, I can make sure I fight my hardest to rectify all the land issues with some of those families who are not able to produce the necessary documentation in order to get their houses rebuilt or repaired. And it turns about it, time is short. And they did not even mention the amount of houses that I repaired across this constituency. And that has nothing to do with the houses that I have built. But I want to be able to repair more houses. I want to be able to expand my care of the elderly program and provide and rebirth my shelter service that I started during COVID-19. And I want to be able to provide a medication collection service for the elderly across this constituency. That is what representation is about. I want to be able to create more opportunities for people to be employed. And when it comes to the Deacons Development Center, I want one to know, right, that I have been fighting to get that center operational. First, I went through the challenge of having it transferred from urban to the Ministry of Housing, from the Ministry of Housing to the Ministry of Education, and finally, it is under the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. And I want to assure the people tonight that I, Neil Row, assure you that when I am re-elected, I will beg and ask the Prime Minister kindly to put the finances in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment to renovate that community development center. And after we renovate it, I wanted to rename it after the late Lawson Weeks and the late Mark Williams Youth Development Center. Boy, deal with that. Come in. I want to expand the fundraising projects that I have started, similar to Breakfast on My Block. I want to expand my tree trimming program. My program, demolishing derelict houses and removing abandoned cars. I want to expand those programs for the good people of Deacons Farm and across this constituency. And I want to assure you that when you vote for Neil Row, I will continue to fight for the good people of Deacons Farm and the entire constituency of St. Michael Northwest. I will continue to fight for those who still paying rent after 20 years. I will continue to fight for you to make sure that that will come to a stop. And that is an assurance and not a promise. And I ask you, the good people of Deacons Farm, to vote for Neil Row on the 11th of February 2026. You know what you have, but you don't know what you will get. And put your trust in the Barbados Labour Party under the stewardship of Mia Amor Motley, one of the best leaders in the world, and Neil Row, who will continue to represent you. Good night, thank you, and God bless.
IMP, we MP, the Honorable Representative of St. Michael Northwest, Neil Row. Neely, it's the man for me. Neely, for integrity. Neely, must not be LP. Neely, time to keep it real.
Thank you. St. Michael Northwest, how you feeling? How you feeling? Well, that is a man. I now feel how you feel. Because it tells me tonight you plan to vote again for a man, another boy. Let me say to you, this is what we're talking about tonight. Neil Row is a real man, not a boy. So let's talk tonight some serious business. You know, I'm told that today is the birthday of the late Robert Nesta Bob Marley, a general, a true general. And here's my city candidate, my good friend Michael Ashley. A general, another general. And I said today is we celebrate the birthday of Robert Nesta Bob Marley. And we will perhaps not see another entertainer of his vintage in our lifetime. Tonight, I tell you, here in Barbados, we have a political leader, the likes that we will perhaps never ever see again in our lifetime. And I'm talking about Mia Amor Motley. The boss, the true boss. And I said it the other night, that Mia Amor Motley is the embodiment of the best of Errol Walton Barra, the very best of Tom Montgomery Adams, the very best of Owen Seymour Arthur. She is the embodiment of all the best of them, extracted, molded into her, and that's what makes her the very best Prime Minister this country has had and perhaps will ever see. Never, ever, never before did I think that we will see this kind of leadership again. When Mia walks, the earth shakes. When she talks, people crumble. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what we want to lead us. I've never felt so good about our leader yet. We know that you love her. And you all know that she loves all of Barbados. And I'm asking you tonight, If you truly love Mia Amor Motley, if you truly love Mia Amor, she has the love in her name as well. If you truly love her, do me one favor. Vote Neil Row. Vote Chris Gibbs. Vote Marsha. Vote Gideon Edgell. Vote Lashley. Vote Ishmael. Vote BLP. Show your love. Show your love. Pick up a little cough there, but I ain't stopping tonight. If I tell you this, the best way to show your love for Mia Amor Motley is to give her back the government on the February 11th. Show your love and let us all celebrate on Valentine's Day. Paint the country in red, shake the earth as the Barbados Labour Party marches forward under Mia Amor Motley once again. No time for sport. You can take it from me. You can accept me as the greatest we've had, or you can tell me if you want a rat. We don't play that game. Ladies and gentlemen, everywhere she goes, she is needed. The people in Trinidad say we want Mia. In Jamaica, we want Mia. In St. Lucia, we want Mia. In Grenada, we want Mia. In Afghanistan, they even call her for Mia Motley because she's the best we have. When you talk about leadership, we're not just talking about leadership here in Barbados. We're talking about leadership across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about leadership across the globe. She is needed, she is requested, she is being demanded by everyone. Barbados, if the world wants her, what about you? Can you trade her? Would you trade her? Are you giving her back the government? Do you want her as your prime minister one more time? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have the greatest pleasure, I have the greatest privilege to introduce to you the greatest prime minister, the very best, the maximum leader. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the best of the best. You love her, I love her, Barbados loves her. There's no one better. I want you, make some noise, shake the air. Let Barbados rejoice. Rejoice in the name. Rejoice in the confidence that we have the best. We have the greatest. Mia Amor Motley. Ladies and gentlemen, you know you can trust her. She has led the way. She will lead the way again. None better, none stronger, none more sincere. Mia Amor Motley, the boss. The one who you can say is truly in charge. In charge. In charge. The boss. I want to thank you. Welcome her. Let the ancestors hear you. Let this earth shake and let the ancestors hear you, ladies and gentlemen. Mia Amor Motley, our beloved Prime Minister. Receive her. Let me hear your voices, man.
Mia Motley does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia. You in charge. Pick up Mia. Leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saint. Take charge, Mia. You in charge. I feel all the war got stop. Cause inflation making me up. But being too strong, all the we built up. My pain, but we breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action and get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worry with them. Cause I like how Mia Motley does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia. You in charge. Big up Mia. Leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saint. Take charge, Mia. You in charge. I like how Mia Motley does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia. You in charge. Big up Mia. Leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saint. Take charge, Mia. You in charge.
Boy, look at things down in the farm. This is a crowd that is red. That is red. That is red and ready. We have a few days left to go. A few days left to go. And we will take nothing for granted, because we have come to be able to keep this country going up and up and up, and to keep you stronger and stronger and stronger. And I want you to know that I am so pleased. Neil, I was at a spot meeting in my constituency, and I caught the last bit of your speech, and I listened to you, Neil, outline in detail what you have done for this constituency. And may I say that I want to salute you tonight, because you did all of that while being under the most immense and tremendous pressure that any human being could be under. And you know, one of the things that I was happy about is that your matter was able to be finished, and that you were judged by a group of your peers in the law courts, and that those people determined your innocence. But throughout it all, you remain steadfast and focused on representing the people of St. Michael Northwest, and that is character. That is strength. And that is representation that deserves to be returned to office. All the years we are coming here, and we have seen you. You didn't just start caring about the people for St. Michael Northwest when you became MP. And you have had that disposition that allows you to see people and work and look out for people. You don't need to be in any battle with any leader of any party. You don't need to be running a separate campaign in St. Michael Northwest, because you are a full and integrated member of the Barbados Labour Party. Now, I wish I could say the same about the other person who is running down here. And the fact that I can see on my social media meetings being announced, and the leader can't even get a place on it. It's in a spot meeting. But he holding big meeting, and everybody outline like if it is a national platform. And the one person not on it is Ralph Thorne. Well, Neil, I suspect you went and talked to him. I suspect Ryan learned from you. And I suspect that you told him, you know, I made the mistake of believing that Ralph was genuine to me. And you learned the hard way. And if ever there was a time for me to let it go again, it is here in the farm. Because Ralph Thorne is not a nice person. And I understood that fully when Neil's matter came up. We have, in every profession, there's something called professional courtesies. Doctors don't charge doctors. Lawyers don't charge lawyers generally. In politics, if you belong to the parliamentary party and somebody gets into anything, everybody does what? And comes together to help. So that when we saw Ralph saying he was helping Neil, we assumed, cool, he's helping Neil, he's a lawyer. I even stepped back out of the whole thing, only to find out when the things start to get close to coming to the High Court, I see Neil Cochin, and I asked the rest, wait, what really going on here? And the General Secretary of the Labour Party came and brought me an invoice that Ralph wanted to charge Neil to go in the High Court. $140,000. And it said to me, what kind of man is this? You don't do that to people when they're down. But I also have come here to talk straight to you, because you are the first that will tell me that when you have somebody who is with you, walk with you, you help lift them up, you help them get the seat that they got, because he don't like a lot of work, he don't like a lot of canvassing, he don't like a lot of people. I say so, because I know what it took us to land him in that seat in Christchurch South, not once but twice. And then when you look around, any and everybody can fall out. Any and everybody can have a difference. But when you have a difference with somebody, the decent thing to do is what? To go in front of them and say, this is my position. Mia, I don't like what you're doing. Prime Minister, I disagree with X or Y. But when we find out that you plotting and planning for weeks and months, and we calling you to meetings, we call him to a meeting to discuss Neil's matter. Neil, tell them. And call you to a meeting, you, me, Jerome, Reggie, and Dale. And we call Ralph, and Ralph refused to answer the phone. Refused to answer the phone. All this time the man was still in the Labour Party, you know. And I said to you that you are going to tell me that all of a sudden at 68 you change your spots? Well, a leopard don't change the spots. Want to know that? And if I have to remind you of what is at stake, ask Ryan Walters why he running his own campaign, why he putting up billboards on his own, why Richard Seeley running his own campaign, why Ian Griffith, don't mind, he ain't getting nobody to talk to down there. If you're Undertaker, you're accustomed talking to dead people. Why the boy Simon in St. Philip North running his own campaign? I want to know Pitbull don't take nothing from the body. He always running his own route. It is amazing. And I ask you tonight, if you were ever so inclined to go and put these people in office, you would now become the victim again of everybody pulling left, right, up, down. And who will be the people suffering? It will be the people of Barbados. So that to run a country in good times, you need unity. To run a country in challenging times, you need even more unity and discipline. And that is what is lacking in the Democratic Labour Party today. The people that built your party, you locked them out. And you locked them out not even from a political meeting, you locked them out from a church service. Who does that? People like Big Heather, people like Miss Mop, people well known to people in this constituency, and you lock them out. And in the meantime, what is the Barbados Labour Party doing while all of this is happening? You're getting buses, 121. Your children going back to university and the community college and the polytechnic for free. You turn around and you're getting garbage trucks. You turn around and those who working in the farm for minimum wage before, that was at $6.25, now getting $10.71 per hour while the Dems in George Street fighting. You understand? That we turn around and we take you and the $650 reverse tax credit that you were getting when we come in, you're now getting $1,300. And last Saturday in Golden Square, I announce that that will go to $1,700 come December this year. Nobody likes to be on welfare, but sometimes the circumstances of life put you there. And that is why in 2020, in the middle of COVID, we looked at the amounts that were being paid and we said, no, that is not enough for people to sustain themselves and their families. And we increased it by 40%. And as of the 1st of March next month, we are now carrying that up by another 30%. So that if you were getting $300 before, you can get $390. And if you were getting $200, you can get $260. And these are not idle promises. Look at the manifesto. And tomorrow you will have the mini manifesto all about the place too. So that if those who don't want to look into the big book, you can look into the small one and know what we have committed to. And every night on the platform in this campaign, I have spoken to this issue because we do not intend to hide. If you re-elect us next Wednesday and we form the government again, there will be a budget next month. And all of these things that I talk about, the increased reverse tax credit, the people who earn it between $2,080 a month and $2,916, when I should know the numbers by now, I calling them every night. You effectively will not pay income tax in this country. All of this, because whatever you pay, you get back in a lump sum. And the economists call it a compensatory income credit. I call it a government meeting turn. Wanna know what a meeting turn is? You put in your money, tell them, Livy, month by month by month by month, and when the time done, you do what? You draw back out all the money. But we ain't stopping there, because there are people who are earning between $2,916 a month and $4,166. In other words, between $35,000 a year and $50,000 a year. And we have said, look, we are going to give you the same benefit of the people who now draw the government meeting turn. So that if you are earning, for example, $4,000 a month, you will be able, when you pay $270 every month in tax, $270, $270, $270, $270. When you file your income tax returns in the April, you will be able to draw down by October $2,875 come back to you in your pockets. You can then go and do something, repairs in the house, or get the car repaired, or go and buy something that you've been planning, go and get a new settee, go and get anything that you've been planning about, a new fridge. That is a government that sees you. And all the time that we doing this, the Democratic Labour Party still fighting and breaking up the place to the point where Errol Barrow will be crying in his watery grave tonight. Can they form a government behaving that way? And I say to you tonight that I need you in this community to recognize that Neil Row is who made a difference for Pile Bay to be fixed and be what it is today. That Neil Row has been the one making the case for people to get access to lands. And even in here in the farm, while you would have received some of the conveyances before, there were still people who have not yet received their conveyances. And the last bill that was carried to the Parliament of Barbados is a vesting bill to vest the units in those people occupying them so long as the surveys are completed. So that instead of you going to have to find a lawyer, a good lawyer like Tyra, you now can get the ownership of that unit without having to go and pay a lawyer money to get the deed put in your name. Tell me how much more this party and this government can do that allows you to save money in all that we are doing. But I say to you tonight that this campaign in the last few days is finally beginning to take on a different tone. Ralph has finally allowed himself to continue to become what we saw in him. A man that stands up in Parliament, and you know here how wrong it is to deprive people of food. A man that stands up in Parliament and says to you, "You hungry? You hungry? You hungry? I'm gonna starve you." Now, what kind of person could even contemplate that in the language it is acceptable to starve anybody? What kind of person? I say to you that when I come up here, my head is be studying how I can put more money in your pockets, how I can make you property owners in this country, how I can give you a fair deal in everything you do, how we can make Barbados safer. These are the things, how we can create opportunities for our young people. And Sluggy, I hear you. I heard you this week when you talk about the bureaucracy, and I am not big enough. I will listen. I am not too big to listen. And when it comes to us having to remove some of the bureaucracy, that is what we are about. When we came to office, many of you who needed a certificate of character to go and get a job had to wait 6 and 8 weeks, and the job gone long. Today, you can get a certificate of character within hours in this country. And that is what makes a difference to the lives of people. My friends, this has not been an easy ride. And you've seen it. You here would have seen more than most what Hurricane Beryl did when the 25 and 30-foot waves hit down from the harbor and all down the west coast, all on the south coast. And the damage that we face, not just with the fishing fleet, but with the fishing harbor. You have seen what the ashfall did in this country. It shut down the port for 7 days and the airport for 9 days. And 2 years later, government buildings were shutting down because the dust, the fine dust that went into the air conditioners and to a lot of the equipment were causing environmental problems in buildings. In 2023, we had over 38 government buildings shut in this country. And the engineers said a large part of it was because of the ashfall. All of these things we did, and not anybody carrying on or locking out anybody out of 111 Roebuck Street or locking out anybody. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. Neil would tell you, and the rest would tell you, that sometimes Trevor is getting Parliament and say things that I don't agree with. But Trevor is still a loyal member of the Barbados Labour Party, and I'm still his leader. Because you have to know how to spread a big tent and how to recognize that people are not everybody. We don't all look like each other. We don't all sound like each other. But the fundamental things that anchor us, our philosophy and our major programs, we agree on. But there are some issues that you will have a disagreement on. And I want you to know that is what responsible leadership is about. But what we have from Ralph Thorne is a boy, what do you say, Deal? A boy, who is petty. And the worst thing for a leader is pettiness. Because pettiness will starve all the oxygen out of the room. And that is probably why he is so consumed with starving people. I want you to understand this. If a man cannot even organize a meeting and to keep the lights on in a meeting, how we can keep the lights on in the country? How? If a man cannot even organize his own campaign properly, how is he going to organize the government in the country? And I want you to remember this, that I don't come here to talk other than the fact of record. Ralph left Northeast without telling people anything when I beat him in the nomination. He left St. Michael North when he lost twice as a Dem in St. Michael North when he ran for Parliament. And he now turned around and left Christchurch South without telling the people down in there a single word. When the people of St. John take him on Wednesday and send him back packing from where he came, do you believe you can see Ralph Thorne again? You have answered the question. And I am not getting into the fact that he's 68, because men at 68 and 69, if they organize and got strength and vision and passion, can represent people. But I don't know that he has any of the above. I want you tonight to really study what is at stake on Wednesday. Neil Row is a member of the Barbados Labour Party government. And when, as I believe is likely to happen, that we are likely to be returned to office, I do not want the people of St. Michael Northwest looking in from the outside. I want to make sure that Neil, who has taken care of attending to the interests from the elderly to the youngest people in this community, to make sure that he is in there. And I want to say that there are some things that he has been fighting for, like the Deacons Resource Center, that will be done, as I indicated last Saturday, in Golden Square. But what bothers me is that I am Prime Minister. The Labour Party is in government. And in spite of all of that, we come and give you a manifesto. And we give you a manifesto with 11 days out, so that 12 days, so that you could study it. You could lick it up, tear it out, push it up, analyze it, do what you want with it. Because you need to know what your government is talking about. Ralph Thorne hears the word transparency, but cannot properly put before this country a document that spells out in detail and to give you enough time to read it, to question it, to digest it, to go up on the call-in program and talk about it, because he takes you for granted, or he don't want you to see how shallow his recommendations are, or how unaffordable they are. Because the easiest thing to do is to get up here and say that I can reduce VAT to 15%. But the only body who benefits when VAT is reduced is not going to be you, the consumer. It's not going to be the government that loses the revenue. It is going to be the business person. because hardly ever do prices come back down when they go up. And I am the first to tell you that in our manifesto in 2018, we put it in there along with other things. And as soon as we came into office, all of the officials showed us and argued and told us, look, this does not work because the money does not go back down into people's pockets. And that is why in 2019, rather than reduce VAT, which we could have done, we chose to increase your reverse tax credit. We chose to reduce your income tax rates. We chose to reduce your land tax rates. And today, we continue to choose to increase your reverse tax credit. And those same people between $2,100 and $2,080 and $2,916 will now get a reverse tax credit in this country for the first time of $750, because it is better to put it in your pocket. And for the people who are pensioners, contributory, non-contributory, special grant receivers because you're disabled or your child disabled, or beneficiaries of welfare, we are going to give each of you $1,200 in a cost of living cash grant to help you offset it. And you can choose to take the $1,200 as a one-time for the year, or you can choose to get it $100 per month, or you can choose to get $300 every quarter, or you can choose to take $600 every half year. It is yours to deal with, and you don't have to depend on no merchant, no government, or nobody else to help you offset the cost of living in this country. Now, I have come on these platforms, and I have spoken to you about your well-being and welfare. To the extent that I have mentioned Ralph's name, it is about his lack of representation and his failure to engage with people. He went last night in Montgomery Pasture, just a little below where he lived, to say that he coming to unmask me. Well, Ralph, look at me. You don't need them unmasking because Bajans know me. I have been in public life in this country since 1988. 89, I became a nominated candidate at the age of 23. I am now 60 years old. And for 37 years, Bajans have known me. What you see is what you get. And I go further. If he had spent the time last night, instead of trying to unmask me and getting his manifesto ready, then you would be in a better position to know what the Democratic Labour Party has to offer in this country. But his whole idea is to duck. Well, Pat, bring the red bag for me there. Because, you know, I don't use this often. But if Ralph Thorne had spent his time working on the manifesto and being in a position to tell you what he wants you to do for him and why, because of the manifesto, he would have been better off. But I say to you tonight that, you know, he say he hungry. He wonder if we hungry. Are you hungry? The one thing I know is that I am not going to starve you. And I will neither starve you with the DLP manifesto. want the short version or the long version? I am almost tempted to tell you, carry a copy to Ryan Walters, because I'm sure he ain't see it yet neither, because he and Ralph don't talk. And you know what is amazing? This lady, to my certain knowledge, from the city of Bridgetown, is well known to me. And while she may have hugged Ralph then, I don't know that she's hugging Ralph now. And this other lady behind there, to my certain knowledge, like Tyra, was a young Dan. And like Tyra, came and resigned from the Democratic Labour Party and joined the Barbados Labour Party. Now, are you so desperate that you put on the cover people who have repudiated you and have said that they don't want anything more to do with you? And are you so consumed? There's one picture here that is so affected. I'm not going to bother with a lot of words, because the truth is that it is a lot of nothing and a lot of nothing because he can't afford to do half the things that he's doing in here. But who stands up like that? Who stands up like that? You know, there was a picture that Ralph Thorne had on his profile with the wig that the lawyers is wearing that we stopped wearing about here about 30-something years ago. The man is called himself KC. Well, I can think of many more things that KC stand for instead of King's Counsel, but he calls himself a King's Counsel. The rest of us in a republic say senior. He got all of the affectations of a man who is more British than the king. And this is who wants to lead you in Barbados. Look, give me a chance here. Give me a chance. And believe you me, how do you plan to launch this on Tuesday in Gall Hill? Then you don't launch it, and you leave it deliberately to the last minute so that people cannot read what is in it properly. Well, I say to you tonight, look at it here and look at it here, because at the end of the day, you ain't missing nothing. When a man shows you who he is, believe it. And Neil, the only thing I'm sorry about is that you did not know about his behavior in Turks and Caicos, when in fact the man he was representing get convicted day before yesterday, the former premier. And Ralph, you could imagine you in court and you waiting for your lawyer to come. The case going on for months. And all of a sudden, the judge come in the court and tell you that your lawyer resigned by email. And the client looking and say, my lawyer? Why ain't hear from my lawyer? My lawyer told me he's in Barbados. The man resigned by email without telling the client. The man left Christchurch South without telling the people of Christchurch South. The man left St. Michael North without telling the people of St. Michael North. The man left St. Michael Northeast without telling the people of St. Michael Northeast. The man left the Barbados Labour Party not once but twice without telling people. And the man left the Democratic Labour Party and David Thompson without telling them. The truth is, the only body that he is more consumed or was more consumed in hatred for, besides me, was David Thompson. But I agree with you, it might be himself too. Because if he look in the mirror like Mr. Barr telling to look in, you would have to tell me, how can you do those things and want to represent people? So, my friends, the choice can never be clearer. Never. You can get a man who loves himself bad, and affected and watching himself and trying to stand off looking pretty. Or you can get a party that is working for you. We're not asking you to believe in what we can do in the future because we've already delivered for you. We're asking you to allow us to continue. And you know what delivery has meant from this Barbados Labour Party government. We're asking you to recognize that we are the ones, not Ralph Thorne. Ralph has not come to Parliament and asked for your conveyances down here in the farm, in Rosemont, in Ferniehurst. Ralph has not been the one who went and tell you that the tenantry lands that should be conveyed at $250 a square foot should be conveyed. Ralph has not been the one calling for minimum wage to be able to go up. Ralph has not been the one making the difference where it matters. He is like a parrot on 2 or 3 issues, affected and acting like if he is on a stage, not even doing Belgium bus stop, but doing Shakespeare and Hamlet and all them British plays. That is what you have. And I ask you, when Wednesday comes, do not tell me that we're going to win already, because no ballot box opens with a single vote. Do not tell me that you don't believe that we need any more help, because we do. We live in a world now where Donald Trump and others are imposing tariffs and sanctions on people. And the one thing that a leader of a country must have is backative from their population. And if you can't show that backative, if you can't show that in the ballot box, then people will doubt. You have a leader. They say I travel too much, but when I travel, I only travel to bring back benefits for this country, including hundreds of millions of dollars in grant money. I ain't even talking about loans yet. But I know what it is to go in Golden Square and outline my vision for Barbados to Bajans in Barbados. I do not go on Trinidad and Tobago television and outline the vision for Barbados to Trinidadians living in Caroni and San Fernando and Laventille and Port of Spain. None of them can vote for him. So ask yourself why he would go up there first before even his election broadcast to you in this country. I feel that it has to do with campaign finance. But that is a story for another day. And last night I told Richard Seeley, cut it out when you're talking about us and the Jamaica Labour Party. We don't have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet. But our sister party is the People's National Party. That is why their leader addressed our conference in 2018 at Lodge School, Peter Phillips. Got the same name as Peter Phillips in St. Lucie. That is why, as opposition leader, I addressed their conference in Jamaica, in Kingston. And I want Richard Seeley to know, don't send the messages via me, man. If you want, talk to your leader, Ralph, who you can't get on with. And worry about the fact that it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly. So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica and who is really financing who from the rest of the region. I am here. And I have told you that what you see from us is what you will get. And believe you me, when Liz Thompson, Cynthia Bradshaw, Jerome Walcott, Dale Marshall, William Duguid, Kerry Simmons, and a few others of us were working day in and day out for 3 weeks on a manifesto, where were you doing your work? I have shown you where my manifesto is. It is in the hands of the people of Barbados. I have also shown you now where his manifesto is, awaiting another 24 hours before the Bajans can get to view it. If Ryan asks nice tonight, I will give this to Ryan Walters to show him what is in their manifesto, since he clearly does not know. My friends, Wednesday, February 11th will determine the future of this country. Not just because it is an election here, but because we live in a world that is so different. War is raging in almost every region in the world. The planet is on a serious collision course with climate. We know it. In St. George here in Harrow Bridge the other day, a man lost his life with a freak flood. Just easy so. I ask you to seriously play your role as a citizen, not just of this constituency, but of this country. And let us play our part to stabilize Barbados and to make sure that we can continue the good work. We have had 18 straight quarters of economic growth. That is why I can stand on this platform and increase your reverse tax credit, increase your welfare benefits, give you a cost of living cash grant, increase your tax allowances as a pensioner. That is why I can stand on this platform and tell you that even though we have bought 121 electric buses, we will be buying another 35 before the end of this year. And I ask you, let us continue the work so that our country can grow. And that you, as individual Bajans, can have a better stake in this country. I leave you with one thing that they say is a gimmick, and that is the Bajan birthright dividend. We have determined that every child born under the Republic, in other words, from the 30th of November 2021, should have a start in life. It is the equivalent of each of you who is born being given something to lift you up. We have said that we will give each of those children the equivalent of a share of $5,000 that will work for them from birth until somewhere between 18 years old and 25 years old. They can use it to unlock a mortgage. They can use it to be able to help them in the event that what they want to study is not paid for by the government of Barbados in Barbados. Or they can use it if, God forbid, there are life-threatening circumstances. If Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party believes it is a gimmick, I say simply to them, stand on the sidelines and watch. And I say to you, yet again, give it a vote and watch me. Because when we bring that legislation and we put the money in the fund, you will then see how much gimmick it is. It is a real plan to give ordinary people in this country a start in life. And for you to even not find common purpose on this tells me that you are so consumed with your own electoral fortunes that you cannot even see good where good is staring you in the face. And that good is to give every Bajan baby the ability to leave the hospital with three things: a birth certificate, an ID card, and a share certificate in the future of this country. My friends, that is what thinking long term is about. And I say to you tonight, it is not only the Chinese who can do it. It is not only the Indians who can do it. It is not only people who have long civilizations can do it. we have to learn to see the world not only in terms of the short-term needs of tomorrow, but to build for our future. And if we understand that cash in pocket is not wealth, it becomes wealth when you transfer cash from generation to generation to generation. And I believe our people in Barbados are worthy of being owners of wealth in the land of their birth. And if this government can start that process and can give you the opportunity as a godmother, as a parent, as an elder sister or brother, to add to that 5,000 for every birthday, for every Christmas, or decide that you working and $10 every week got to go in that kit for that child of yours, or $20 or whatever you put, that is the culture of savings that will distinguish us from many other countries. And as a people, it will make us stronger. So while we focus on the immediacy of now and the here and now, we must never forget our ability to plan for the future. Most of us in this crowd can remember what we were doing 10 and 15 and 20 years ago. And therefore, for a child to receive now, this year, money, and for those who are already 4 years old, they only have 14 years more to wait. So I say, look, trust me, you have a clear choice. And I ask you to make that choice on Wednesday. And I ask you to give me Neil Row, because in Neil Row I have an ordinary Barbadian who sees people, who hears people, who feels people, and who is there for people when they most need it. And Neil, I salute you for going through what you went through in the last few years, and for allowing the character of your personality to allow you still to remain focused on the people. Give me Neil Row, give me the Barbados Labour Party on Wednesday with your vote, and with all of that, let me give you the assurance that we will carry you from strength to strength to strength, and we will continue to make this community and this constituency a stronger and better constituency, and for you, a stronger and better life. Good night, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
You have heard from the boss. You have heard from the boss. Any doubt as to who is in charge? We know she's in charge. She has taken charge since 2018, and she is still in charge now. That is our political leader. That is our prime minister. That is the one who will show you the way. That is Mia Amor-Motley. But we're going to keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. You know, since 2007, I've been driving around with an application form to give to a friend of mine. And I believe he too may have had an application form holding for me. And he has been my friend for a very, very long time. The truth of the matter is, he's the only person ever to mount a Democratic Labour Party platform that I have never, ever said a single word against. That man has been my friend. He has been my friend, and I have been his. We have gone along for as long as I can remember. I always felt in the same way I felt when I met Tyra Trotman. I felt the same way about him. And just as I knew in my heart that Tyra was coming, I also felt that he would one day come too. He has been my friend and I have been his. I have always liked the man. We met by the highways and the byways. This man is a good man, a hard-working man. He has always represented his constituents. And he had to part company with the political miscreants in the Democratic Labour Party. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you, I ask you tonight to help me to welcome my brother, my friend of over 25 years, a good man, a hard-working man, that man, the next parliamentary representative for the city of Bridgetown, my friend, your friend, our brother, Michael Lashley.
Here to the end, take charge me up. You in charge, pick up me up. Leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence, and saying, take charge me up. You in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all of you.
City of Bridgetown, Michael Lashley represents you. So get out early and vote. Cause you know when you get out early and vote, that's how you're gonna give your support. People first, always. Bobby, this little party, you ready? I wanna hear say yes, I wanna hear say yes.
This song is as sweet.
City of Bridgetown, you
This
ready?
song is as
I
sweet
wanna
as the
hear
honey
say
you
yes,
get
I
from the
wanna hear
bees,
say
man.
yes. Uptown
Sweet,
Massive,
sweet,
are you
sweet.
ready? I wanna hear say yes, I wanna hear say yes.
This is a sweet song. This song is as sweet as the honey that you get from the Barbados Labour
Vote for
Party.
Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, call him the bossy poor people governor. Man with the plan for each and everyone. Michael is ready for your situation. Come everybody join hand in hand. Bobby the Labour Party winning this election. Come, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, yes, the Bridgetown Massive, they're ready. And the Uptown Massive, they're ready. Yes, the Downtown Massive, they're ready. You don't know Michael Lash, we ready, we ready, we ready.
Ralph Thorne was placed in the political dock tonight, and Mayor Motley was the chief prosecutor, and she prosecuted him well. And then he showed that if you were the jury and had to ask you to return the verdict, what would be your verdict? Yes. I received a WhatsApp message from a Pedro Shepherd, and he said, I will support the political leader, meaning Ralph Thorne, for as far as I can. He ain't say 100% I behind, he said as far as I can. So that is conditional. He ain't behind me either 100%. He ain't behind me at all. He is not behind him. I also received some information because everything seemed to leaking out the damn scam, that the candidate down here, Ryan Walters, invited Ralph Thorne to speak at a spot meeting. And Ralph see coming. It started at 7 o'clock. It went on to 7:30. And then it shut down at 8 o'clock. Ralph Thorne did not turn up. So, well, I go into that now. And I'm here to support Neil Row, my friend, the man that will win this seat for the Barbados Labour Party. And you know why I come down here to speak for Neil? I remember that morning, I was not the lead counsel. Neil placed his confidence in the opposition leader. I myself was the junior counsel. But on the morning that Neil had to face the indictment and that the matter was called up, and Neil was looking for him, you know what happened? He ain't show up either. I had to take out my red bag, pull out my rope, and put it on, and go in that courtroom and do what I have to do. I had to stand up for him. And that is why I come down here to support Neil Row. And if I want to speak to Shaquani Hunt, because the Prime Minister said that her picture is on the manifesto. Well, I go open my office tomorrow. I want her to come to me and to return my services because that is defamation of character. If they had to put my picture in there, I would sue them for defamation of character. Because you're placing Shaquani Hunt's name among a bunch of nincompoops, professional bootlickers. What you say? I ain't getting that, not me. I ain't getting that. But I know that I'm free tomorrow. And let me write a letter to them because that is really slanderous and defamation of character. But the Prime Minister said tonight, I mean, she prosecuted well. I've never seen such a prosecution. And they want to know how are they going to launch their manifesto. Because we launched their manifesto tonight for them, no? You know that? And how can a party be serious when about 3 or 4 days before an election, they're coming to you to launch a manifesto about their plans and future for Barbados development? How can you be serious and looking to run the affairs of a country when you can't even launch a manifesto and things leaking out? They got some other things that are going to leak out too. Because they got some other information too, no? I have some other information. No, they got to let the fish gather. They got to let the fish gather. You got to let them come. Let them come. Let them come. Because I was telling Chris that there was a man up there in St. Philip last night near Anthony Wood that was on a platform cursing me. But he's a political dead horse. And the reason I say that, because he's the only man that he was beaten in 2008. He lost his seat in 2008. He sponsored all the football teams and called back for the gear, called back for shoes that got holes in it, called back for socks that got holes in it, t-shirts that got holes in it, called back for every single thing. He even dig a well for a woman and called back for it. And this is serious business, no? This is serious business. And when I say this is serious business, you, the people that live in the housing units, you have to support Neil Row and the Barbados Labour Party. And the reason I'm saying that, as you heard the Prime Minister say, that they laid a piece of legislation in Parliament. That legislation is revolutionary. Because long time ago, we tried to get the title into the hands of the tenants living in these units. And I must say to you that it's a difficult and cumbersome process. And the only way that we could have done it is through a piece of legislation. And so The Barbados Labour Party has made it so easy by laying a bill in Parliament calling the Vesting of Units Bill, which will make it easier for you to get that title deed in your hand. I just came from Kensington Lodge, and they were saying the same thing too. They want to know when they're going to get their units, their conveyances. And I had to say to them, you know, when we are elected, and wants to give us that opportunity to be elected, then we will pass the legislation in Parliament and make it so easy that for these years you're living in those units, you would have a conveyance. And you can take that conveyance, and you know what? Free from encumbrances, you can say, my son wants to go to college. I want to take out a little loan to do some repairs. You can use that conveyance for security. You can use it for security. And so, Ryan Waters didn't come to you with the solutions yet. Ryan Waters is going to come to you with his own manifesto. I tell you that. He will come to you with his own manifesto. And when he comes to you, tell him you want to know what it is that he ran his own campaign and what it is that Ralph Thornton speak on none of his platforms yet. That's what you got to ask him. A party that is so divided. And you know, the Democratic Labour Party, it is amazing. Because only today, somebody sent me a photograph with 2 candidates running for St. James South. 2 candidates. I can't get it, understand? I mean, they are so disorganized, they can't get their house in order. Little things like that, they can't get in order. And want now to come and run big things. And want to come and run a government. So, I want you to place and repose your confidence in Neil Row. He's a man of integrity. I work with him closely. He's a genuine man. I can say that to you. I listened to him, and I recognize that he didn't sit down in Parliament and waste his time, and that he was involved in community activities, and he brought programs to you. And I know that he would ask me for some assistance sometimes, and that would be for his constituents, because he cared about you and continue to care about you. And that is a man with a vision. That is a man that you need in Parliament. And you need him in Parliament so that he can propel the government's social programs. You need him. Ryan Waters cannot do anything for you about bringing hamburgers. That's all he can do. What he can do for you? A burger boy? A burger boy can help you. Look, we got to be serious now. I suspect that a lot of these DLP candidates, they've already given up. Right? I have a man running against me in the city, but I don't see. I know who he is. He ain't even got an office. He ain't even hold a spot meeting yet. He like Winston Hall. You can't find him at all. You know, Plastic Boys had a song, Can't Find My Brother. Can't find my brother. And somebody tell me that he opened an office. I search up and down, I can't find the office at all. So I'm saying to you, the corner of it, but you right down there looking, I ain't seen the office either. I ain't seen the picture up there, no, when they got it, no, when they're getting it wrong. There is no office. There is no office. I went book looking. I just canvass, I went book there looking, he ain't got no office at all. I tell you, when they run you out of tongue already. Some at some school sports, they're peeping through the wire. But let me say this to you. That apart from the transfer of the terrace units is that there's this government commitment, because we have urban tenantries. And these urban tenantries, I can say, because as a minister, former minister of housing, I experienced the problems and the challenges that tenants had with the transfer of titles or getting titles in their name. In some instances, you have an unwilling landlord. In some instances, the protracted period of time made tenants very disinterested. But what is happening now, there's an attempt. There's an attempt by this government, and I'm confident that within the manifesto, that all of these proposals will be carried out. And the reason I say that, because if you read the red record is saying that 75% of the government programs between the year that they were in power, they have implemented. Because there's a good track record of implementation. There's no deficit in that area whatsoever. So I'm confident that that would happen. Record time. You feel the DLP could go red record? All they will have is a record of disruption, a record of locking out people. But you know it's a good thing that I ain't met down there this Sunday, because they can lock me out. But when you can lock up people, like Andy, who's like a mother to me, and called me crying. She called me crying and said to me, you know that he spent 40 years in this party, and a man who wanted this vehicle and decided that he coming over to lead the DLP, and they cannot get in a place that he worked hard for, a place that they spent most of my lifetime in. And when someone tried to get in to the DLP, could not get in. They had women. And some were diabetics too, who could not even get to the toilet. I had to go behind buildings and do what they have to do because of a selfish man like Ralph Thorne. A selfish man. And big-headed. Big-headed. Yes, your cousin Pat. Your cousin Pat. Big-headed used to cook food at the DLP. Cook all kind of food. The television stove, yes sir, the television stove kicked she out. Imagine that, and kicked she out of the DLP. And decide to bring in the friends. And to bring in a woman to replace Big Heather to cook for the conference. And the conference was the Sunday. And by the Monday, everybody had a belly. I ain't talking about poison. I ain't talking about that. Apparently the chicken and everything went off. And everybody, but I want to say to you, you don't treat your own like that. You don't treat your own like that. I want to say to you that this government's commitment, even on the question of crime, the fact that we have an agenda set out to deal with crime, and the fact that not only by way of enforcement, but we have to introduce social programs to prevent those persons at risk and young men who are at the brink of touching or coming into contact with the criminal justice system. We have social programs that would keep them involved in positive programs, community centers, getting engaged in skills training, and getting involved in activities, and indeed to ensure that their skills bring them self-employment, those who are unemployed. And we have passed so much pieces of legislation. And that the government is committed to ensuring that there's a swift pace of justice in this country. I want to say this. I can wrap up here. I want to say this. That before the Democratic Party believed that they were doing something with the criminal justice system. Because the Caribbean Court of Justice was saying, look, the pace of justice is too slow in Barbados. And the Democratic Party decided that they're going to amend the Magistrates Court Act to abolish preliminary inquiries. But that only created a bottleneck because it placed more cases on top of only 3 judges that were sitting. But what the Barbados Labour Party did, the Barbados Labour Party brought in more judges so that we could hear more cases and increase the prosecutors, increase the probation officers, so that justice now can move at a speedier pace, and that Barbadians will receive true justice. So Neil, I want to say to you, I raise in your defense. I raise tonight in your defense. And I want to defend you. And I want to say to you that I know that you will be the next MP come February 11th. And tonight I will hear roar, 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 roar. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Massive, are you ready? I want to hear you say yes. I want to hear you say yes. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Lash. Lily. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Lash. Lily. Call him the bossy poor people governor. Yeah. Man with the plan for each and everyone. Yeah. Michael is ready for your situation. Come everybody join hand in hand. In hand.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. And I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. The city of Bridgetown will be returned to the Barbados Labour Party, and Michael Lashley will be the next parliamentary representative for the city of Bridgetown. We're going to keep it moving. We have 3 speakers to come to you before the remainder of the night. Now, the next person I bring to you, I have known this gentleman since 1989. And the worst thing I have ever heard about him since then till now is that he's a very serious man and that he works exceptionally hard and he doesn't cut out the Energizer Bunny. Imagine that. I've known this man since 1989. He has been involved in corporate Barbados at the highest level. He has come to public life and served in several ministries, all with success. The last being where he last is. Ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, the worst thing that has ever been said about this man, as I said to you, is that he's very serious, works exceptionally hard, and he doesn't cut out. Ladies and gentlemen, the next parliamentary representative, my good friend, your man, our man, he will represent the constituency of St. Michael West Central once again. Ian Gooding, Edgell.
Elections in the air, but have no fear. Ian now got lashes to share. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got me vote, oh yes. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best. Gooding Edgell is the man. Oh Lord. He got the best plan. Oh gosh. Ian does always deliver. That's why he is the best ever. When things get rough, he does show up steady. Yeah.
Good night. Good night to the Barbados Labour Party family. You know I'm a short man, so they have to adjust the mic for me. But that doesn't mean because I'm a short man that I can't project my voice. And I want to thank all of you for coming right here in Deacons tonight, not only in support of the Barbados Labour Party, but in support of my colleague, my friend, Neil Row. And I really want to tell you tonight that I'm going to bat a hand for Neil Row, because we have some people who come to politics only to be featured in a GQ magazine. But there are some people who come to politics to work hard, infatigably on behalf of the people of St. Michael Northwest. And I say to you that Neil Row, who came to you in 2018, is the same Neil Row who is with you in 2026. Neil Row, who came to you in 2018, asked you for the vote, who never once left you and remained with you. And in 2022, when we returned to the polls again, Neil Row was with you, not only to tell you about his progress and his accomplishments in this constituency for you, the people of St. Michael Northwest, but he came to you humble as he is, but confident as he should be as your representative, to ensure that you understood what he had to offer. And we are here again in the general election campaign in 2026. And in this general election campaign of 2026, Neil Row once again has elected to come to you, not overly confident, but to come to you with a record of success. And I intend tonight to tell you that Neil Row has done more for this constituency than many others who have served this constituency. Neil Row not only enhanced the street lights in this constituency, Neil Row also built and ensured that many roads were built and repaved in this constituency of St. Michael Northwest. Neil Row was out there working hard for you to ensure that those of you who couldn't afford housing got urban to support housing for you in this constituency, particularly the poor and the vulnerable. Neil Row came to this constituency never wanting to let you down. Neil Row came to this constituency and worked so hard for you that tonight most of you will soon have the conveyance documents in your hand, not having to pay an attorney, but you will own the houses in Deacons Farm and surrounding areas that he has worked so hard to deliver. So that when I tell you that Neil Row has come from among you, and many of you know of Neil Row is a man who's committed to the cause. Neil Row is committed not only to the cause, but he's committed to St. Michael Northwest. And I say to you that your only choice is a very clear choice in this general election campaign. A choice to vote for a man who's proven in this constituency, who's proven to you that he can deliver, and who's proven to you, despite whatever is thrown at him, that he's resilient and that he can stand the test of time and still deliver for you, the constituents of St. Michael Northwest. So that your choice must be very clear in this general election campaign. It is a choice between a man who wants to be a poster boy and a man who wants to be a representative of the people of St. Michael Northwest. So that when you walk around the constituency and you hear people talking about Neil Row, they tell you about how humble he is, about how committed he is to his community, and how impactful he has been, because Neil Row is a man who likes to get things done for the people of St. Michael Northwest. And I have worked closely with Neil Row because we share a political border. Neil Row is on this side, and he can share some lashes too. And you heard him tonight. And despite all the rhetoric, despite all the poster boy appearances, all that matters is that people present themselves to the constituents, and that people remain with the constituents, and that people deliver for the constituents. And that is the man that you have as your parliamentary representative, Neil Row. Neil Row has gone above the call of duty. He has done things that many others who would like to come here pretending to represent you have not done. He's done a terrific job. And I say to you that I see him from my side. And you know, Neil Row is a very caring and compassionate person. You know, if he has to come to St. Michael West Central and help people, Neil Row will come to St. Michael West Central and help people. And if he has to go to St. Michael West and help people, he would help people because he does not see political boundaries. He sees people. He understands how to touch people, how to hear people, how to listen to people, and how to relate to people. And that is what you have voted for in 2018 and again in 2022. And I say to you, your choice must be very clear in this general election campaign. It is a choice between a man who has come from among you, who's worked hard for you, and who's delivered for you, rather somebody who wants to just arrive on the scene and to give the impression that they want to pretend to represent you. This is not for a game. This is about a political reality. This is about guiding Barbados. And Neil Row is one of those persons who sits in the Parliament of Barbados, who defends his constituents, who promotes and advances their cause, and who will continue to look after the people of St. Michael Northwest. Neil Row, I said to you earlier, is a very passionate person, but he's also very compassionate. I have seen Neil Row giving and helping people in these communities, and not only within the boundaries of St. Michael Northwest, but beyond the boundary of St. Michael Northwest, he has helped many people. And when you have a person who's prepared to go beyond his political boundary to help people, it tells you something. It tells you about the measure of the man. And the measure of the man is the man who you have in St. Michael Northwest, Neil Row. And when you go to the polls on Wednesday, February the 11th, I want you to go out in your numbers and vote for Neil Row. And you're not just voting for Neil Row. You're voting for a record of accomplishment. You're voting for success. You're voting for a man, despite the day or the time or the hour, who will always be there for you. And Neil Row will always be there for you. And I say to you that Neil Row is part of the Barbados Labour Party team, part of the strong Barbados Labour Party team that has taken Barbados out of the rubbles of economic despair and brought us back to the point where we can feel proud that Neil Row is part of that combination that has brought Barbados from the precipice of despair and now have positioned Barbados for economic growth. You heard our leader, you heard Prime Minister Motley making the point tonight that Barbados has had 18 consecutive quarters of growth. Neil Row was part of the team sitting with the parliamentary group, sitting as he did in the cabinet, making sure that he helped people in this constituency as a parliamentary representative. And I say to you that he's carried himself with grace and pride and distinction. And when you have a man who can rise to become the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and any person who knows about Parliament knows that when you rise to the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, it is a distinguished calling, especially when your peers vote for you to become a Deputy Speaker of Parliament. So don't mind those who come around this constituency, pretending that they now want to represent this constituency, pretending that they have all the answers to all the issues. But I want to tell you that where the Democratic Labour Party is watching and listening to this political meeting tonight, that they will see this crowd tonight. And this crowd, ladies and gentlemen, has outsized any crowd that the Democratic Labour Party has had at any political meeting in Barbados during this general election. Do not listen to them. They're divided. They're very divided. On the one hand, you have the Democratic Labour Party running a campaign. On the other hand, you have a man down here who's running his own campaign separate and distinct from the Democratic Labour Party. So it tells you that there is a divide within the Democratic Labour Party. No discipline, but there is a divide. And a divided house cannot stand, as we know. So don't listen to those who will want to come to you and tell you about the rhetoric and tell you that they're going to reduce VAT and they're going to do everything under the sun. We have been there before with the Democratic Labour Party. We know that the Democratic Labour Party came to you and promised you everything under the sky. And what happened? What happened, ladies and gentlemen? The economy went into a tailspin. They were struggling. They didn't have any answers. And as a result of that, you, the people of St. Michael Northwest, had to pay the price. We don't want to pay any more prices whatsoever for the failed economic leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. We don't want to. We want to stand firm. This is a country under the Democratic Labour Party that suffered under the Barbados Labour Party. We have, notwithstanding all the challenges that we've been through, notwithstanding all the challenges that were presented to us, one thing you are certain about is that the Barbados Labour Party has always managed successfully the reins of this economy. And when you think about what the Barbados Labour Party has done for you, you must always remember that we have secured a very stable economic platform for growth in Barbados. And think about what has happened. Think about it. We are in Barbados in 2026, and we can boast about cruise arrivals reaching record levels. Never heard it under the Democratic Labour Party. Everything was in the reverse. I can stand here tonight and tell you that we've had the most passengers coming to Barbados in the history of Barbados, unheard of in the Democratic Labour Party. The governor of the central bank reported that Barbados has had record tourism, long-stay arrivals in this country. Never heard about it under the Democratic Labour Party. We have ensured that tourism continued to grow, and I'm telling you, under my leadership as Minister of Tourism and International Transport, I will make every effort to ensure that we continue to build out and grow the tourism sector. You don't hear taxi men complaining about not getting any work in Barbados. You don't hear the hotel workers talking about the fact that they're laid off in April and May. Unheard of. All the way through the season, we have people who are employed. And beyond the season, we still have people who are employed in Barbados. That is what the Barbados Labour Party is doing for you. That is what we are talking about when we talk about strong leadership. And strong leadership has caused us to be where we are. Strong leadership has caused Barbados to have earned its way and for Barbados to continue its way. And when people talk about tourism and them telling you that they need to diversify, ask them, what are we going to diversify to? I really want to answer them the question. They can't suffer and they can't stomach the success of tourism, but what they want to do is try to poo-poo tourism. But I say to you that when you land in Barbados and you see the number of aircraft on the tarmac, you will say, wow, this is busy. This is like perhaps an international airport elsewhere. And that is what Barbados is building out. We have a problem, so much so that we now have to expand the Grant Williams International Airport. And we have to expand the Grand Liams International Airport to ensure that we have even more gates for aircraft coming to Barbados. Under the Democratic Labour Party, ladies and gentlemen, we were losing airlift. And by airlift, I mean we were losing arrivals in terms of aircraft coming to Barbados. We lost Delta under the Democratic Labour Party out of Atlanta. We lost Philadelphia under the Democratic Labour Party with American Airlines. We lost John F. Kennedy Airport on American Airlines from that state coming into Barbados. We lost Dallas, and I can go on to tell you about all the airlift that they lost. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get on a plane and go to John F. Kennedy on a direct flight, you can do so on American Airlines, and you can also do so on JetBlue. If you want to go to Atlanta, no longer you have to go to America and take a connecting flight to Atlanta. You can take a Delta Airlines and go from Barbados non-stop to Delta. If that is not progress, tell me what is progress in Barbados. And that is what Neil Row has been a part of as the Barbados Labour Party government. And when I tell you that Neil Row will continue to fight for you, believe you me that Neil Row will continue to fight for you. There are a number of taxi operators in this constituency that Neil Row will fight for, including getting permits for them to drive taxis or ZRs. That is what Neil Row is about. And when I tell you that Neil Row is committed to you, he's committed to you in every sense of the word. There is no other MP, no other MP in this St. Michael Northwest that can come to you and tell you that they have done as much as Neil Row has done for you, because he has come from among you and he shall always remain with you. That is the man tonight that we are fighting for. That is the man whose back we have. That is the man that we will continue to embrace, notwithstanding anything that will come in his way. Neil Row will continue to represent you. So I ask you, when you go to the polls in 2026, this day of our Lord, I want you to remember whose name is on the ballot box. Forget the other fella. He posing for GQ. I want you to vote and remember that you have to vote for Neil Row. When you think about the fact that you will have conveyance in your possession for houses down here that they promised you for years and couldn't get done under the Democratic Labour Party, Neil Row is working infatigably hard to ensure that you get those houses done. When I say to you that you have a compassionate representative in Neil Row, I'm telling you, believe you me, that man is a very compassionate representative. And when I say to you that Neil Row has been part and parcel of the Barbados Labour Party team that has brought so much good to this country, I say to you that your choice is clear. So Neil Row has nothing to fear. He's done well in St. Michael Northwest. He has helped to build out this constituency in many ways, as I've said to you, and he's worked with the government to ensure that you have long-lasting success and economic stability. We have an experienced team in the Barbados Labour Party. We are led by Mayor Montley, and Mayor Montley represents strong leadership, combined with her cabinet, who goes to work every week, every day of the week, to ensure that we deliver for Barbados. And we are delivering for Barbados. Make no mistake about that. So that when I tell you that we're going to expand the Grand Liams International Airport, when I tell you that we are going to further build out the port, those are opportunities for you, because many people in this constituency not only work in the tourism sector, but they work right there at the Bridgetown Port. So Neil Row, as I've come here tonight to bat a hand for you, I am so proud of you, my brother. I am proud to refer to you as my brother. You have done well. You have served your constituents faithfully. You have done exactly what they've asked you to do. And I say to you, St. Michael Northwest, I want you to go out in your numbers I want you to go to the polling station early in the morning. I want you to cast your X for Neil Row as a symbol and a sign of confidence in a man who's represented you, a man who's taken his time to demonstrate that he has the confidence in you. And I want you to so repose the confidence in him by going to the polls. Make the choice very clear. Your choice in this general election, St. Michael Northwest, to all the people in Deacons Farm and surrounding areas, including Goodland, including Brighton, all over St. Michael Northwest. Go to the polls on February 12th, and I want you, February 11th, and vote for Neil Row. Go to the polls on February 11th and vote for Neil Row. Good night, and God bless you.
Elections in the air, but have no fear. He ain't now got lashes to share. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. He ain't got me vote, oh yes. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best. Good in Angel is the man. Oh Lord.
St. Michael, West Central. St. Michael, West Central. St. Michael, West Central. We going with. One more time. We going with. Listen, I want to say to you that there's some things I wanted to say, but I can't say them tonight. And I hope that Paris will organize in such a way for me to get a 20-minute so I can do some stuff or half an hour. But I can't do it tonight. But I tell him, I beg him publicly. I beg him, Pat, give me a little 25 minutes so I can go straight. I want to go straight. You know, I mean, like right, you know. She's smiling at me, so I feel that we're halfway there. Yeah? But we're going to have to keep it going. And the long and short of it is that a lot of people may not have known that sometime I had a little venture in the elective politics, and it didn't quite work out the way we wanted it to be. But this man was at my side. He was in front of me, beside me, and maybe I could have done better if he wasn't in front of me because he perhaps couldn't see me. You know? But ladies and gentlemen, I've loved this man as if he was my very own. A man who has been in the Barbados Labour Party from the time he was probably 8.5 years old. He has been in the party, working on the behalf of the party, doing everything you can think of, I said, from the time he was perhaps maybe 8.5 years old. A hard-working young man. He didn't think that he was too big to help fix tables and chairs and pick up and sit down. He never saw himself in that way. But today, I am proud because I have seen him rise to serve as a member of the cabinet in Mayor Motley's army. This man, the big man who will be returned once again as the parliamentary representative for the constituency of St. James North. The big man, Chad Blackburn.
Yo, St. James North, hands in the air, red side stand up. This one for the future, let we go. From the world back home to the parish, we love. Global mind, but he are still here with us. Boardroom talks, international planes. Now we bringing them lesson back home again. Young, vibrant, sharp, vision clear. Listen to the people, every voice he hear. Not all politics is a brand new way. Action, energy, no let we say. Progressing, we steps, hoping we voice. St. James North, know we make the right choice from the streets to the hills. Hear these sound when chat step forward, the whole place bound. Forward with chat, let we move ahead. With them, rip them.
Good evening, Deacons Farm. Come and make sure this mic is sorted because I have a lot to say to the people. I can give you some time. Come and get it sorted for me, please. Come. Make sure it's tight. Make sure it's tight. Deacons, let's try this one more time. Good evening to you. Good evening to you, Deacons Farm. I am happy to be here amongst the family of the Barbados Labour Party once again as we mount a campaign and a platform. And certainly I want to start by endorsing unreservedly, unequivocally, my brother, my friend, my comrade, Neil Row. A man who started, of course, this journey in 2018, as you've heard tonight. And I remember during the 2018 campaign, it was mounted as a David and Goliath campaign. And I said to Neil then, and I remember a meeting in Ashdean Village, when I spoke for him, and I said, Neil, God has brought you in this campaign for a season and a time as this. And once God goes before you, the result will be you will be victorious. And we all know the result of that. In 2022, he came before you for an extended mandate, and you delivered that for him. And we are here once again in 2026, where next week we ask you humbly to ensure that you can re-elect not just a good man, but a man who continues to work for the people of this great constituency. And why do I start there? We all know that Neil has stood the test of time in circumstances where many would have given up, where many would have cowered, where many would have simply walked away. But he had a resolve and a metal and a steel in his bosom and his back and his spine. And he focused, notwithstanding what he was dealing with, and still ensuring that he can represent and articulate the aspirations of the people of St. Michael Northwest. That is a true representative. And if ever there is a model of a person who has grit and determination, I say Neil Row is the man. And Neil, I pray that God will continue to give you the strength and that continued passion that you have for your people. And this election, therefore, is about ensuring that we can continue the work that you have started in St. Michael Northwest. But I also want to say and to use this opportunity to speak on a few things this evening, not just in terms of education and education transformation and its development for the country and where we're going to go, but also to touch on a few things with respect to what is happening on the national level. But also I understand, even here in this constituency, the person who is running, of course, against Neil. I want to make this very clear. I remember when I was serving in the Senate before I moved over to the lower house. You may recall Deacons Farm, when Ralph Thorne, who left, of course, the Barbados Labour Party and has single-handedly destroyed Errol Barrow's legacy and his party. And he took a bunch of persons from the party, including the candidates of the Democratic Labour Party, to walk through Swan Street. And I want you to ask Ryan Walters, this is a serious question that you have to ask him. We were in the Senate at the time. I on the government side, he was on the opposition side. And Pat can tell you, when Ralph Thorne said that all of the candidates of the Democratic Labour Party were going to walk through Swan Street and do what we call a meet and greet, Ryan Walters refused. He refused to walk behind Ralph Thorne. And you can see that manifesting today in 2026, where in the Democratic Labour Party, as we speak, there is commotion in George Street as to whose manifesto is going to be published first. Can you imagine that we are on the eve of an election? And that party cannot settle itself and be disciplined enough because people have egos who believe that they are more important than the other. And this for them is not about representation of people. This is about political survival because they know that they don't have what it takes to to govern this country and to lead our peoples into the next level of development. And Neil, I say to you, my brother, you have a duty unlike any other to ensure that on Wednesday, through the will of God and the vote of the people, that you continue to deliver this constituency on behalf of the good people of St. Michael Northwest and the Barbados Labour Party. And you would see all the fancy promotions and all these different things. But a lot of young persons have said, Chad, one of the things that we like about Neil Row is that even though he's a quiet fella, he get things done. Neil, when he gets things done in terms of housing for people, you do not see Neil going on any social media and posting that for people. Because why? For Neil, getting things done and the dignity of people must not be your social media like. And this is the kind of character that he has and continues to have, and we are all proud of him in the Labour Party. But this election is also about ensuring that we not just focus on the domestic side of politics. It is about ensuring that as this year, which of course, as I've said, night after night in this campaign, and you've heard all of our colleagues, and of course our Prime Minister say it, this year is 60 years of independence of our country, 5 years as a republic. And therefore the manifesto which was launched last week in Golden Square, to my mind, serves as the blueprint for the way forward for this country and what it must look like. And it is not just a manifesto outlining to you the way forward for the next 5 years, but a number of the initiatives that you have seen tells you a story that we're looking down the road and around the corner. Because why? The world continues to change at pace. And if we are to prepare our country to continue to have a quality of life that we enjoy, if we are to prepare our people to be able to compete in circumstances where the world in which we knew it and know it will no longer exist, because whether it be technology or the climate crisis or issues of geopolitics, we must now prepare the average Bajan to have the tools and the skills necessary to be able to pivot at a moment's notice and to be confident as well and to stand tall as Barbadians anywhere in the world. And I'm happy to be part of a team not only that focuses on transforming the education system in terms of infrastructure and the training of our teachers and ensuring that we can have a modernized and fresh and innovative curriculum, but also at the very foundational elements of education itself. We have determined that despite, yes, we're going to have a world-class education system that we can and will be proud of, there's some basic things, but fundamental things that we must do. And that is why page 71 on the manifesto, if you've not seen it as yet, I encourage you to go and read it. One of the things that I've seen since becoming Minister of Educational Transformation over the last year, when you visit school after school after school, sometimes you go into a classroom and you see a child or children having their heads rested on the desk. Sometimes just after 9, just after 10 in the morning. Sometimes when you visit, you see children fidgeting or being restless in the classroom. And 8 to 9 times out of 10, when you check and ask what is the reason, it is that that child or children did not have a meal or breakfast before they came to school. And we as the Labour Party have determined that for the future of this country and for the future of our education system, that for the first time in our history, in addition to the provision that we all know and have benefited from, where we provide quality lunch for our students at primary school, we are going to, for the first time as a nation, ensure that every child at primary school in this country has breakfast before they start school on the daytime. And this is the Labour Party way, ensuring that we provide a quality life for our people. But in addition, of course, to the students benefiting from that and being able to focus and zoom in and not having to worry about being hungry, it allows for parents now to simply get on also with other things, knowing that when you send your child to school, that they're taken care of in terms of their nutrition, both at breakfast and at lunch, and ensuring that they can have a focused approach to learning and education. And you've heard the Prime Minister talk about ensuring that we could also look down the road and around the corner with respect to ensuring that we give our people a piece, not just of the rock, as you would say, with respect to land and ownership, but also ensuring that people can have money in their latter part of their development as young people. And that is why I'm so proud with respect to the initiative which allows that $5,000 will go into a fund that every child born on or after the 30th of November 2021, which of course is the year in which our country became a republic, we can now ensure that by the time they're age 18 to 25, you now have a global head start by having some money that you can do different things as well. Because why? The world in which we live in is not only moving at pace, but it will require countries to be competitive in ways that our minds cannot imagine today. This is a manifesto, as I said, that is not just looking at the next political cycle in a 5-year term, but we're looking long after this election season and the next election season has passed. And therefore, this manifesto serves as a foundational tool for catapulting Barbados further into the 21st century. But it is also about ensuring that we give our citizens the tools necessary to be able to compete on every level of our development. I stand before you humbly and proud today in the presence of my parents who are here, parents who provided a quality life for me, not rich by any stretch of any imagination, but instilled in me a set of values that you can do anything your mind can conceive once you are rooted in manners, discipline, and focus. And that took me so far, and I did well, but no further. But in addition to that, what helped me to become the man you see today in 2026, and as you heard Tyrone Level allude to it, from a young age, I was involved in a number of different things in youth development. Parish ambassador, national president of the National Youth Council, CARICOM Youth Ambassador, Commonwealth Youth Ambassador, and it allowed me to travel the region and the Commonwealth and the world at a very, very, very young age, being engaged in international fora and conferences and understanding how the world works, and you always therefore had an eye on what is happening globally and how can it benefit your country locally. But we have determined that that experience, which has been in many respects not across the board, that for the first time in the history of Barbados, that every child in secondary school after the age of 14, 15, anchored by a fund which would allow for them to travel the world, not to shop, but to go and understand how cultures in cities and countries around the world operate, learning culture, business, fashion, music, infrastructure, punctuality, seeing a different part of the world, because what does it do? It creates an appetite for the globe. It creates a hunger to understand how the world works. And before that happens, what will need to happen and will happen is that we also put these children through a mode of training that anchors them in understanding why Barbados is Barbados, the history of the country. How do we now ensure that we can now stand tall as you travel the world with the Barbadian values, and therefore what is the interest in ensuring that when you travel, you can also advance and defend your country as you speak. What are we doing through this manifesto? Preparing our young generation to lead the world. And why do I say to lead the world? Part of our comparative advantage, AKA our superpower as a country, is not wrapped up in any military power, is not wrapped up in any gold and bauxite or large deposits of oil. Barbados' strength from the independence and even before until now is that whatever we do on the global stage, we lead, and we lead well. But we must also now turn this into a way that allows for this generation to see themselves as leaders, not just in global politics, not just in terms of the best cricketer in the world or the best entertainer and business mogul in the world, but in every discipline that your mind can conceive, given the talent that God has given you, that you can now create a global solution anchored by what you learned here in Barbados. Hence the reason for transforming of education. And when you look therefore at the creation of a knowledge-based economy, simply put, all of what we can conceive, our young people, anchored also by the values given to us by those who've gone before, must now be repurposed and repackaged into the Barbadian model of development. So that wherever any child goes from the farm or Blackrock and Ferniehurst, and they go into Jakarta or London or Dubai, they stand tall, being able to converse in multiple languages, being able to say, I am a Barbadian, I come from X or Y place, but I have a solution that will benefit you and your community and your country, and equally as well, earning revenue to come back into our economy. Because why? Our strength and our superpower is our mind and leadership. And this election, of course, is also anchored, as you can see, not just on leadership, as you see in the Barbados Labour Party, but being prepared and taking every task ahead of you very, very seriously. Conversely, on the other side, you see a party that is unprepared for a general election, yet Ralph Thorne, week after week after week, month after month after month, begged the Prime Minister to call the election, and now she did. He is not ready at all. And if he is not ready for the election, can you imagine, oh Lord, only for a minute, and Lord, forgive me here, if this man were to lead Barbados, we would be in Potter. Because why? Leadership requires you to be prepared, to be disciplined, and to take the task of running a country and the aspirations of 300,000 people very, very seriously. But you only need to listen to Michael, as you've heard tonight, and speak to Tyra, and they can tell you the arrogance in the Democratic Labour Party, the one-man show type of leadership in the Democratic Labour Party. Conversely, on this side in the Barbados Labour Party, Prime Minister Mia Motley, who is the greatest Prime Minister in the world. The greatest Prime Minister in the world. And despite her global prowess and leadership, and the world respects her, I can tell you as part of her cabinet and her team, she lets every idea contend so as to ensure that when we have a policy, that it has the best thoughts coming through for the benefit of every single member of this country. That is how you lead, that is how you govern, and that is the Barbados Labour Party way. And I was so happy to hear Michael in some of our meetings talk about the difference that he can see already between coming from the Dems and coming to the Barbados Labour Party. A strong leadership, but a leadership that is anchored in humility. A leadership that is not anchored in self. When you listen to Ralph Thorne, as far as I know, he's not a Rastafari, but everything is I, and I, and I, and I, and I, and I. Everything is about self. And you heard Michael tonight talk about how he treated the stalwarts of the Democratic Labour Party. I've said it many times before, and I will say it again. This iteration of the Democratic Labour Party, this iteration of the Democratic Labour Party bears no resemblance to Errol Barrow, his legacy, his philosophy, or anything that he would stand for. And if only he could get up from wherever he is, he would say to them, "Depart from me, I know you not." Ralph Thorne, you have a lot to answer for. And as the good book tells you, be not deceived. What does it say, crowd? Be not deceived, for God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Those are not my words, those are the words of the good book and scripture. And whether you want to run from it or not, Ralph Thorne, you have to answer to a higher power, because God is not the author of confusion. But from the time you've gone in to Errol Barrow's party, confusion after confusion after confusion after confusion. And no wonder why so many persons who normally have supported the Democratic Labour Party, I'm not talking about political persons now, ordinary Barbadians are saying we are going with Mayor Amor Motley because what is happening in George Street under Ralph Thorne bears no resemblance to Errol Barrow and what he stood for. But we cannot take that for granted either, because when we go to the poll next week, I don't want you to get into the idea that it is a foregone conclusion, man. Me and the bees get through so I don't have to vote. Every single vote counts. Get up on Wednesday and go and cast your vote. Because why? You do not want a situation where the day after you have buyer's remorse and you think, oh dear, shoulda, coulda, woulda. But we are going to stay the course and to ensure that we can continue the journey which we started in 2018. A 2018 which saw this country on the brink of disaster, economically and otherwise. Barbados was part of a global community, not only as the third largest indebted country in the world, but a country, as we all know, in Christchurch, which had sewage flowing on our streets. 8 years after, not once have we had a situation where that has happened again. In 2018, which our dollar was on the brink of collapse, which had us therefore had to go to the international community to stabilize not just the economy, but Barbados for now and the future as well. But despite all of that, Prime Minister Morley and her team faced the music head on. COVID, ashfall, international crisis after international crisis. But despite all of that, we were able to buy buses, garbage trucks, increase our salary for our public servants, not just once, not just twice, but 3 times. Confidence in the economy has grown. Construction is booming. Investment is coming. You just heard from Ian. Ian, my brother, continues to be the man who ensures that tourism soars and soars and soars. Go up at Grantley Adams Airport any day of the week, not just Saturdays anymore, and you can see a tarmac full of planes with tourists coming off into Barbados, staying not just now in the hotels, but the Airbnbs across the country. Ian, my brother, God bless you for what you are doing to lead tourism in this country. And my message is simple to you tonight. Ensure that we continue to give our party the chance to serve you. We place our skills and our time and resources before you. And with God's continued hand over this country, and should it be the will of God, with the Prime Minister, Mia Motley being our Prime Minister again, and you on Wednesday in St. Michael, Northwest, voting for Neil, I assure you that we will continue to do well and right by you for the benefit of this country. Good night. God bless you. God bless the Barbados Labour Party, and God bless every Barbadian here and abroad. Good night.
Hands in the air. Red side, stand up. They got me tipsy. They got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through. So this is what we do. This is what we do. Rolling with Carrie Simmons. This is what we do. Voting for Carrie Simmons. This is what we do. Rolling with Carrie Simmons. If we want to get through, this is what we do.
Next time you go to bring, keep a bank's case or something up here for me, you know. Because when fellas like Chad come up here, you got me in problems. Ladies and gentlemen, you started to hear this song. Ladies and gentlemen, you started to hear this song. You started to hear this song. I am bringing to you the general. I am bringing the general. The general. Ladies and gentlemen, next representative for the constituency of St. James Central, Jerry Gerard Simmons.
Time to get through, so this is what we do. This is what we do. Rolling with Carrie Simmons. This is what we do. Voting for Carrie Simmons. This is what we do. Rolling with Carrie Simmons. If we want to get through, this is what we do.
Good night. Good night, Labour Party family. They give me a Ralph Thorne microphone here. It's little floppy. It's not standing firm. Not standing firm. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin tonight by asking you, as I believe all of the predecessors on this platform have done, to give your support to our friend, our comrade, our brother, Neil Row. And to ask you that on the 11th of February, not the 12th, the 11th, that you find yourself in the polling stations to ensure that Neil finds himself in the Parliament of Barbados. And I'm here this evening with a very short message because we are way past our closing time. And I don't want to be talking to you tomorrow morning. I want you all to be able to go along home. And don't use me as an excuse, gentlemen, for not finding yourself home. You say, you know, some people say, I get home. I only know come home, come carry something, they start talking. Yeah. I know what's happened, you know. But tonight, my friends, we have to set the record straight in this country. And I've seen something go around in a WhatsApp. Interestingly enough, a man that called for an election, I am holding here a Democratic Labour Party manifesto. Do you get one too? So it get leaked. Now this man that say he ready for an election and want to run your country and mine, got a manifesto that he launching Sunday night, but I reading from it Friday night. This man that say he ready for an election and tell me a motley call an election that won't run your country and mine. And yet let we start. He's going to introduce question time in Parliament in order to strengthen scrutiny and accountability. But since they had a Parliament of Barbados, Ralph Thorne, they had question time. And it has been used, Ralph Thorne, by every leader of the opposition except one. Guess who the one was? Ralph Thorne? It was you. Every one of them have been able to ask parliamentary questions of us, the government. It was created by law so that you would have a leader of the opposition that will say, Minister, explain why ABC happened, how much, whatever the thing is, whatever, they like to talk about that. Ask him, then the Minister of Finance, to speak to the Parliament about whatever the debt issue is. Hey, Ralph Thorne got as issue number one in this monkey manifesto that get leaked 3 days before he come into St. John to launch it, that he want to do what happened in Barbados since Eric Barr was Prime Minister. Brother Donny, you could get one of your horses. One of your horses would do a better job, sir. Not even a good horse. One of them that ain't thoroughbred. One with a bright foot. But no, my friends, this is what we are being reduced to. A launch of a manifesto, supposedly in Sunday, I think it is, in St. John. Because, you know, everything now is about him and everything is about his interests. So it ain't gonna happen in Bridgetown where Mr. Barr would have gone, or where Mr. Thompson would have taken them, or where Frenda Stewart would have carried them. But he doing it up in St. John because St. John is the most accessible part of Barbados. And St. John is the place where, as a norm, all of Barbadians would congregate in order to have major political discussion. Only Ralph Thorne could be so self-centered. And I want to say to you tonight that that tells you a little bit about that political party and where it is now. I heard Ian Gooding Angel telling you, which is true, that the man that running down here is running his own campaign. He done with them and finished with that, and he doing his own thing. They got a man down by me who's completely disinterested in party politics anymore. His interest is to fend off the marshals who have asked him to leave what party live and waste the time. And so on and on and on it goes. But while that massive confusion has been confronting us, we have to deal with what happens on the 12th of February when a new government is formed. We have to deal with what your future must look like. And if you go to our real manifesto, which is that of the Barbados Labour Party, you see, we continue to map out a strategy for the development of the people of this country. And you've heard me repeatedly speak about what I believe is fundamental about these things here, these units here. And I don't know how many people spoke about them tonight, but in case it has not been said, I'm going to say no. And if it has been said before, well, I can say again, so that you don't forget to tell your friends, to tell your neighbors, to tell your friends, neighbors in other parts of Barbados that the Labour Party is saying to you that if you own one of these units, if you live in one of these units, and you're paying rent for 12 months, the unit is going to be yours, though. So that this thing about paying rent over and over and over, called rent money, is waste money. And we're saying that you must have it to own it, that you must be in a position to go and face the bank, and you must be in a position to hold up your head and say, this is mine. I come to get a loan from you, Mr. Banker, or you, Mr. Credit Union Officer. I come to get a loan against the property that I own, because I want to be one of the big boys in the country that could borrow against collateral, use that as collateral to borrow to fund and start a new business, or borrow to fund and start something else of substance in this country that others have been doing, but that you cannot do because you have not been given the opportunity to own and create wealth in Barbados. And this platform, as long as I stand on it, will unapologetically come into St. Michael and unapologetically speak to the people of St. Michael and across Barbados on the issue of creating wealth for the black people of this country. And I'm not being racial, I am being very realistic, because we know that there are many of you who would have wanted to have upward social mobility, but could not achieve that upward social mobility because of the hurdles and the impediments and the obstacles that are placed in the pathway of your progress, but did not exist for other people who did not look like you or have an address like Deacons or Ferniehurst or Haynesville or Redmond Village. That has been the history of Barbados. Bagatelle, Eden Lodge, that has been the history of Barbados. You know it and I know it. That when your son and daughter write an application to the private sector to say, look, I have graduated university, that we, the Barbados Labour Party, made sure it's still free because the Dems made it something you had to pay for. Do not forget it. The Dems betrayed Errol Walton Barrow's legacy. Do not ever forget it. And not one of them, including Ryan Walters, has had the decency to come before you and apologize and disassociate himself and his thoughts and his philosophy from that nastiness that they did to you and your children. In my own constituency, I could take you to places where there are mothers who would tell you that they had to choose between continuing their own adult education and educating their son or their daughter. Had to sacrifice their dream that they could one day be a graduate to give themselves upward mobility in this country, because that party lick it down, kick it down, and then put mothers in a position to choose between two children. Can't send both to university at the same time. My daughter is 3 years behind my son. How I can get that do? So one gonna stay home, or one gonna go look for work, and the other one get a chance. That is where we were in 2018, and we fixed that. We fixed that. But the journey of your development must continue. Because when we come to these communities, we must come to these communities, as I do now, with a message of emancipating yourself economically and enfranchising yourself. Do not ever forget that it was this party led by this Prime Minister, Mayor Motley, who was told by the Democratic Labour Party that you would go to an institution she wanted to create, and she created it, called the Barbados Trust Fund, where you walk in with a dream. You tell Jerry Amos, the boss man in there, Skipper, I come and I have a plan. And he will assign you to somebody to work with you, to tell you what's your plan, what you want to do. I want to have whatever. Let us pull one from the sky. I got a skill doing motor mechanic work. Got my own motor mechanic shop. And they said, well, okay, let us work with you, and two things can happen. One, we can train you so that if you're starting your business, that you can make sure that you don't do like how some lawyers do and can't separate your client money from your money and you mix it up and you don't understand finances. We can make sure that we train you so as to understand that you have accounts receivable and accounts payable. Where you go to pay to somebody is the accounts payable. What they owe you is where you go to receive, and that you got to keep your records properly. This is what has to be done to help our young people through the pathway of owning their own business in Barbados. The trust fund is doing that now. And then you give $5,000 as a loan. And then when you pay it back, you're entitled to get $10,000. And we come to you and say to you, as you have heard me say on Saturday night when we launched the manifesto, there are many of our young people who have excelled. But you know what's wrong with Barbados? That you get a ragtag few that run about with a gun in the hand. And they are the story that Ralph Thorne tells the world about Barbados. He sat at the floor of Parliament across from me, and he condemned your children, telling us that our children are misfits and hopeless. That is a lie, Ralph Thorne. They need a hand up. They need help. They need opportunity to grow, to be the best that they can be. And that's why this Barbados Labour Party that did what no other government in the Caribbean has done, which is to tell you that we trust you the same way that we trust those people from over and away. I'm not being racial, but they don't look nothing like you. But to walk in this country and to sit down in front of the Prime Minister of this country and say, see my hair, I want to make sure that I can pay as little taxes as possible. But I am going to invest $5 million. I'm going to invest $10 million. And we ain't know a yang about them. We ain't even know if they got the $10 million to invest. But they say, look, give me these concessions because I am going to employ 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100, 170, 500 Barbadians. And we trust them. And not all of them do it. Not all of them do it. But we have to trust you. And we did. And tonight, we can stand here before you and have a record that says, oh God, man, oh Lord, I get the first signal already and now I need to high gear. And the first, we have a record that says that this government has made $28 million available, $28 million of your money so as to enable small people like you to be able to invest in their own business, and they have done it successfully to the tune that there are 5,200 small people like you in Barbados tonight that run in their own business that did not have it in 2018 when we came to office. And no, I said office, not power. Because if you go back to Ralph Thorne's Monkey Manifesto, page after page, they're talking about power. Because that is what Ralph Thorne is interested in, power. And I can go a little further quickly. Because I just talked about accounts receivable and accounts payable. And nobody will run me from this. One of the worst things that governments historically have done in Barbados, historically, is that they take little contractors. And not only governments, big business too. But the reason the Democratic Labour Party attacks me tonight is because they don't want me to speak the truth to you about the reality that must be corrected. But I will speak it, and I will never be shaken from confronting it. because there are large companies in Barbados. I know I have practiced law in this country who have subcontracted to people who are doing tiling, subcontracted to people who are doing electrical work, subcontracted to plumbers, and they have a large contract for $5 million, 10 million, 20 million, and you bring in the little contractor, the subcontractor underneath that go do the tiling in a hotel, that billing, for example. In a hotel, that billing, and the subcontractor does the tiling, and a month pass and can't see the money. 2 months pass, cannot see the money. And the distance between issuing that invoice and the date that you receive payment stretches, and it stretches, and the small business person has to go and take out an overdraft. Take out an overdraft at a financial house in Barbados. And that overdraft is running at 13% and 12% and 10% in this country. Why does the small man have to take out the overdraft? Because he go pay his staff, or the staff will go home and can't feed their children, which is you and your children. Why does this small businessman have to take out the overdraft? Because having then gone and spent on that particular business, he must now have inputs into his own business that he got to replace, and that comes at a cost. That is how business is done. And if it was only government that was doing this to people, it would be one thing. But it is also large businesses in this country that are doing it to you too. And there comes a time when a government that you elect must stand in the breach in order to shield you from this type of treatment, in order to put in place a policy which around the world they call factoring, F-A-C-T-O-R-I-N-G, factoring. Or what you want to when you're done tonight, go to bed and you sleep and then wake up in the morning fresh-minded and go and Google it. I don't want anybody to mamaga you. I don't want anybody to play with your head. F-A-C-T-O-R-I-N-G, factoring. It is a policy understood and accepted and practiced in Great Britain. It is a policy understood, accepted, and practiced across the United States of America, which is, they say, the home of capitalism. Do you know that the American government has committed in that service of factoring $170 billion with a B, United States dollars, towards making sure that small people, micro and small businesses benefit from being able to assign that invoice. I invoice you, Downey, because you got a big company. I do work for you, but you ain't pay me. 2 months pass and I still can't get my money. So I assign a city signal. I assign my invoice to a financial institution that gives me my money immediately, so that I don't have to wait forever to get what's mine. And there are some places which are sensible enough, and some politicians who are sensible enough to understand that you, the people, cannot be asked to wait and wait and wait indefinitely. But we know in Barbados that it ain't gonna fix just by saying the people should be paid. Because we know in Barbados that for donkey years, that has been a challenge. So what do? Do we ask you to continue to hope and wait and pray that one day you will get paid a little quicker? Or do we put an arrangement in place which says from the date you're ready to issue that invoice, if you have doubt that the people can pay you immediately, you can assign it to the financial house, get your money one time, as opposed to running an overdraft at 12% for this month, run an overdraft at 12%, 2 months later, you still in that there and paying out on interest. And worse yet, because people like that over there in that Democratic Party, real financially illiterate, they need financial literacy training. You know they got a lot of small business in Barbados that ain't got no overdraft facility. that does use a credit card. A lot of our little micro business people operate on a credit card. A credit card. Interest on a credit card, Barbadians, is 20-somebody%. You understand? You are waiting to get back that which you should get because you issue an invoice for payment. And a month later, you can't get it, but you functioning off a credit card because you have to go on credit in order to get the money to run your business, pay your staff, meet your overheads, financial obligations that must be met every day. And we say, no, we will introduce a policy of factoring. And yes, there must be a requirement that the government honors payment. But while it takes long for government to pay, you must be in a position, and the reason why governments take long to pay and have always around the world taken long to pay, as you would have just heard me say, in England it happens, in America it happens, in Canada it happens, here it happens, across the Caribbean it happens. Because the bureaucracy of government is slow. Across the world that is a problem. But small businesses must grow and must be able to access money. And so therefore we say you assign your invoice to the financial institution pays you your money, and then government will pay them. Government should not be eased of the obligation to pay the full amount. And there is a school of thought that says that if you are doing this, and you do it with government, that you should get your full amount of money. But you have a choice. You have a choice. Nobody's going to say to you that you must not, that you should not wait if you want to wait. You could wait 3 months to get your money, if that works for you. You could be happy to ride your credit card for 3 months at 20-somebody%, if that works for you. But as the gentleman here next to me saying, that is financial madness. You could be happy to run an overdraft for 3 months at 10 and 12%, if that works for you. That's more madness. And when I said to this country that there may actually be a requirement, if you're not dealing directly with government but dealing with the private sector, say for example, the first example of somebody who went building a hotel and subcontract the tailor, that they get your money quick, but that you actually may now have to lose a 2%. I think that's what it is in America, a 2%. As opposed to losing how much ever percent on your overdraft facility, 12. Where you do the maths, 2% versus 12 every month for 3 months, that's 36. Tell me which make more sense to you. And the Democratic Labour Party will have you believe that it's the worst thing in the world. But Barbadians, this is a time now where we have to realize nobody out there feels that they owe us as a country a living. And we as a people must look to each other to find financial solutions that keep this country going and keep you going as business people. They don't want to talk about the fact that your motor mechanic business has equipment, the motor mechanic has tools, the contractor has tools, and those tools and equipment have value, and that you should be able, if that is your business, or if you're a farmer up in the country and you got crops and you got livestock that has value, or if you're fishing and the fisher boat got value, that you should be able to confront a financial institution and say, I want a loan. And when they tell you the garbage that they tell you, I have told your father, I have told your grandfather, I have told your grandma, and your great-great-grandma, year after year after year. For all of your lives, you know this. You go to the bank, and what do they say? What have they said to all of your ancestors in this land that you're born in? That if you don't own a piece of land, you can't get a loan. You can't get no security. But while you do not have the piece of land, you have a motor mechanic shop that going tools that value at $40,000. While you do not have a piece of land, you go a fishing boat that value at $400,000. And we say that should now be the collateral against which you can borrow to further advance yourself. And I will be damned if I am backing off of this issue, because that is the transformation agenda that Barbados must have to lift you up to a new plateau, a new platform of economic opportunity that opens the doors for you in the way that they have been opened to other people of other races in this country, in the land that you are born in, but you have been deprived of it. And one of the worst things in the world is that there are some of us that look like you and me that feel that you are undeserving of that opportunity. Real talk. And I do not apologize for it, because that's what this election is about. Let's get real. The man that y'all borrow money to go to his country, to spend on a pilgrimage in the businesses of his country, spending on a pilgrimage as if you don't go in Macy's, you ain't right nowhere in your life. If you ain't in Sears, you ain't right nowhere in your life. That man has made it clear to you, you ain't so welcome. There's no other way to put it. He has made it clear. So when are we going to recognize that it ain't only him? Little bit across from him, in countries just as cold as his right now, just as freezing as his is right now, the people speaking with a slightly different accent. But they too have indicated that their view about you is that you are not as welcome there as you used to be before. That's what they have signaled. They have a leader of the opposition over there who look like all of you, carrying an African name. And I have sat down and watched her indicate that folks like you shouldn't be both there. It shocked me. It shocked me. But that's the world we now live in. So ladies and gentlemen, let us be real down here. We need a new thinking in Barbados that says we must find the financial solutions to make sure that our people are financially empowered, and that it is not a world where it is all roses and lily-colored lenses. That this is a world where it is harder than ever before for everybody. But you got a government that is looking to create opportunities for you. That concept that I just talked about, where you can have collateral with things that was never used before when you're going to the bank, the motor mechanic tools, for example, that must now mean that that motor mechanic has an opportunity to trade, to go and say, I wish to take out a loan against my equipment's value. And he gets the money to do so. And that enables him to broaden his business, employ more people, sell more service, grow to the point where he's not only a motor mechanic here in Barbados, but that he could be a motor mechanic next door in St. Lucia or next door in St. Vincent. That is what we must do, that the young boys that are now putting solar photovoltaics on roofs around Barbados, because we trained them to do it, must be able to say, against the backdrop of the tools and the equipment that we have, we are now doing so much that we want to expand, and we shouldn't be limited only to Barbados, but that we want to go to put the same things on people's roof in Grenada, and put the same things on people's roof in Guyana, and put the same thing on people's roof in Dominica, because we are taking our small and micro businesses to the level of the Caribbean. And that is already happening. There are clients of the Barbados Trust Fund created in 2018 who are now selling their services into the Caribbean. And we want all Barbadians to have that opportunity. But we can't get there unless we have creativity in the way in which we set about financing small business. I said all of that the other night. All of that. And the people in the Democratic Labour Party only heard that there may be a policy which the American government says should now not only see 175 or 178 billion with a B United States dollars being directed to financing small businesses, but that by 2030, they want it to be $300 billion being done in this same thing I'm talking to you tonight. But in the Democratic Labour Party, where they are financially illiterate and refuse to read to emancipate their minds, they're going to have a problem. They're going to have a problem because they want you to believe that the world is perfect. The world is perfect and that there should be no solution to problems that have cut the belly out of small businesses in Barbados. Why do you feel that so many small businesses in Barbados have failed? Is it that you honestly, genuinely believe that y'all are inferior? When you want to look in the mirror, are you seeing inferior coming back at you? That you're not as good as anybody else? The reason why it has failed is because you haven't been given the opportunities that other people have had. And you have to get the opportunities. They can bring me off the platform, and Lord knows I don't want to stop. But I want you to remember on the 11th that Neil Row needs your support. The Labour Party needs your support. We need you to take Neil back to Parliament. We need you to take all of the Labour Party's candidates back to Parliament. Good night, and God bless you all.
True, so this is what we do. This is what we do.
Rolling with Carrie Simmons.
This is what we do.
Voting for Carrie Simmons.
This is what we do.
Rolling with Carrie Simmons.
Thank you, Kerry. Thank you so much. As we close, I want to thank you for receiving us with such warmth. You have been exceptionally warm tonight. But we have made a case tonight as to why you need to go back to the polls come February 11th and vote once again for Neil Row, that he is counted amongst those who will ascend the stairs of Parliament to be your parliamentary representative one more time. I thank you so much for being here. You have been wonderful. Get home safely. God bless you. God bless Mia Amor Montley. God bless Barbados Labour Party. God bless all of it country. Good night.
BLP, white flags in the air. I should have been as you care. Be big and strong and ready to go and put in another gear. White flags in the air. I should have been as you care. Going with BLP and me and Motley all the way. I'm telling you, I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. Big and strong, BLP. Standing as one, BLP. You can't go wrong with BLP. We voted for BLP. Right now we big and strong with the Barbados Labour Party. Yeah. Anytime, anywhere, that's still standing together and we heading for victory. Yeah. Together enjoy, same heart, same spirit, one people, this is way. Yeah. Lifting up the nation for every broke nation, so everybody come and join with me, cause we moving hand in hand. We standing big and strong. Barbados Labour Party, they will bring you through the storm. I'm moving for the people, together we are one. Always striving for better, so there she come along. I voted for BLP.
Should I be the one to have to say we're done?
This is a boy Master T, and we voting for who for the people, so you know we voting for Neil Row for sure. Neil Row got we vote, we don't have to think too long. Hold on. BLP is who we voting for. Come on, DLP, can't get we vote. We voting for Neil Row. Maybe you know or maybe you don't, but I think you do. So tell me the truth, we voting Neil Row, cause you don't talk, he just do. We voting for Neil Row. Hope my son give wisdom to change all these children. This ain't life we live in. Just know